University, Wayne Horowitz from Degree University, and hockey. Wow, he's originally from Long Island. He even moved his whole family up to this was only hockey. So at that time, his son is now hockey. He's not doing that. So he was at one of your current students. We'll see a lot of things. And here's
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, good. I wanted to miss it. Don't move.
It's wonderful you in this way, very straight. No, it's not. They're going to say.
No, here.
Not very well. I think they're California.
Oh, they're on.
Yeah. So pleasure to meet you.
Beginning of conference.
I just
Panic modes. Okay. Your master ceremonies. Do you want me to do anything before? Oh, I'm gonna speak first. Okay. And so, do you know what this map is? Gonna come together.
Hello, I just wanted to introduce you. Maria? Yes. Oh, that's great. Everything in order?
Oh, he's coming.
He took up a lot of things that
So, food big. No, it's fine.
Okay, so he's gonna be here today. Okay. Yes. 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 Let me just. Oh, I'm very worried.
He knows what it is. All my presence.
Oh, okay.
Toronto. I mean, I live in Israel now.
He knows Nicole and knows her kids.
Did you come for this?
All father in the shop.
She's still playing. That's the.
All father.
What are you doing?
Driving around. 2 months.
Resting from the hustle and bustle of Sweden and all the wars.
Thanks. That'd be great. Sure. So this is the I know.
That's good.
It's not working. Maybe.
It's not working?
Yeah, twice.
The
Are you connected to the
okay.
painted?
Oh. Hopefully people will just use the
Yeah. Thank you.
okay. Very good.
It's one to hold the building, two to move the light bulb, and three to get the down with the elevator. I found the elephant. The elephant. Yeah. Right, I do important stuff. That's right. Cultural.
All you have to with
Oh, okay, I know where that is. Prince George.
outside.
Prince George is the word that's not on the cups. Prince George is on the cups. So I have in the supermarket.
What are you doing
Yep. Can you guys just want that?
Despite the fact that he right was quite relation back over to them.
I have a okay, we're gonna start.
There should be a good also talk to
Oh, you are. My bad. I didn't. There was a switch. I didn't see.
You have to.
therefore be responsible.
1, 2. 1, 2.
Okay. Okay. Get started. There probably is, but that's right. Boker Tov, good morning. Sherutabu, that's Akkadian, Babylonian. My name is Wayne Horowitz. I'm indigenous to the land of Israel. I'm from the tribe of Levi, and as such, my ancestors, as myself and hopefully my my grandchildren, served the hereditary priests over the past 2,000 plus years. I was born in New York City as a second generation American citizen to grandparents who came from Russia and Poland, and I lost about half of my family in the Holocaust. And even though I grew up in New York and my ancestors come from Russia and Poland, I am indigenous to the land of Israel, an indigenous status that I believe I had not lost because I was expelled by colonial powers, be it the Romans or the Babylonians or others. As an indigenous person speaking in my own land, I'd like to welcome you to the second annual Symposium of the Indigenous Embassy, Jerusalem. We have a very, very packed program of interesting events, and I hope you'll enjoy the day. I'd like to begin by inviting Risa Levitt, the Executive Director of the Bible Lands Museum Jerusalem, our host, to say a few words of welcome.
Wow, it's so nice to have applause first thing in the morning. So first of all, good morning and welcome to the Bible Lands Museum Jerusalem. It's my honor as director to welcome you a second time to the academic symposium hosted by the Indigenous Embassy here at our museum. And your return to our institution is meaningful and fitting. The Bible Lands Museum, for those of you who don't know, and I hope maybe you'll take advantage of the possibility of a tour later today, has always been dedicated to understanding the diverse peoples and cultures of this region, their stories, their heritage, and their enduring connection to these ancient lands. In that spirit, we are very proud to provide a home for dialogue that honors Indigenous voices, knowledge systems, and perspectives. This symposium represents an important opportunity for scholarship, for exchange, and mutual learning. The work you are doing, preserving Indigenous narratives, fostering cross-cultural understanding, and building bridges between communities aligns deeply with our museum's mission. And we are grateful that you've chosen us and gathered here once again, and we look forward to the conversations and insights that will emerge from today's program. And we'll see you two next year. Have a great day.
Okay. Our next words of welcome will come from Dr. Cherie Trotter, who is, I don't know what your official title is, but the person for the Indigenous Embassy Jerusalem, really my teacher of the whole concept of how I see myself in the world, especially the world of post October 7th. And for that, I thank her and all the other members of First Nations and Indigenous peoples for accepting me as one of them. And your words of wisdom and welcome.
I'll begin with a traditional welcome today. He honore kororia ki te atua, he mangarongo ki te whenua, ke pā te karo pai ki ngā tangata katoa, i ngā mana, i ngā reo, i ngā kārangatanga maha e hui hui mai nei. Ko no taha toku maunga, ko rotorua toku moana, no ngā te whakau tūhaurangi tapu ike Ngāti moko a hau. Ko te arawa te waka, ko te arawa te iwi, ko Reria toku mama, ko Doug toku papa, ko Piri toku rangatira hoa a hau. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. In that little introduction, I have acknowledged our Creator. I have declared peace over the land and goodwill to all people and welcomed our esteemed guests. And I have told you what my mountain is and what my waterway is and who my people are. And this is the way we traditionally will introduce ourselves, by our connection to our land and our people in our Indigenous language. And I think there we see in those 3 points, the land, the people, the language. This is what makes us Indigenous. And today we're going to be exploring indigeneity. We're going to be looking at some of the narratives that are false narratives that we're going to push back on, or maybe create a new body of material, a new body of work that tells the truth, that tells the true story. And this is what part of our goal is today. And so we do have a wonderful smorgasbord for you today. I'm really excited about the variety, the depth of our speakers, and just invite you to sit back, relax, enjoy. And this day is also about connecting together as Indigenous peoples and learning about each other, one to the other. And this is very much part of what being Indigenous is. We call it whakapanaungatanga, which is about relationship development, developing relationship. We're all about whānau, family, and as we come together as Indigenous people, it's about becoming a family together. So welcome. And I just want to finally acknowledge our wonderful sponsors. We have our friends in Canada, the Canadian Anti-Semitism Education Foundation. We have wonderful friends there, Andrea Spindle, if you're watching. Hi, thank you for your support. ISGAP, the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism Policy, and we have the honour of having Dr. Charles Asher Small come today and speak to us later on. I want to acknowledge my friends in New Zealand, the Israel Institute of New Zealand. Hi, David and Greg. And then we also have the, we have them on the screen, the New Zealand Zionist Federation, who is supporting us, and have I forgotten anybody? I think that's everybody. New Zealand Friends of Israel. Oh, New Zealand Friends of Israel. Tony Khan, thank you. So we're grateful for our supporters for today, and welcome everybody and enjoy. And Wayne's going to introduce our first speaker.
No, this way. Okay. Our first speaker is Professor Sean Astor from Bar-Ilan University. Sean and I have known each other since I didn't have gray hair and he was just a graduate student doing first year Hittite together, if I remember correctly. So it's my pleasure now to welcome Professor Astor as not a little boy learning Hittite, but as a professor of Bible and Ancient Near East at Bar-Ilan University. And he's going to talk about Indigenous Jewish identity, definitions, and threats.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Horowitz. I want to begin by echoing some of what Dr. Trotter said and thanking very heartily and in a heartfelt way all of the Indigenous friends of Israel around the world, especially to thank those of you who are coming to Israel, who are making the effort to be here, who are supporting us through the last 2 years of hell. We are grateful to each and every one of you, and we very much value your support. And so thank you very much to all the Indigenous friends of Israel, to all the friends of Israel in general. We really, really appreciate your support, and you should know that we mean it. Even if you get to the airport and the clerk fills in the wrong form, or if you go to a bus and the bus driver drives away without picking you up, that doesn't mean that we don't like you. We appreciate it. Thank you. And this is particularly meaningful in light of the mobilization of Indigenous discourse by anti-Israel forces around the world. I think that the last 3 weeks have made things last month have made things quite clear that we are not dealing with a global movement whose sole concern is the welfare of the people of Gaza. Were that the case, then the global movement that we saw over the last couple of years would have mobilized against the gangland executions of Gazans in Gaza by Hamas in the last few weeks. We haven't seen that kind of mobilization. Instead, what we've seen, sadly, on university campuses around the world is a mobilization which uses the suffering of the Gazan people, which we acknowledge, to mobilize and force and speak out against the existence of Israel. We are not against anyone else's Indigenous claims, but we assert our own Indigenous claims. We are not, as the Prime Minister once said, we are not conquerors in the Congo. We are here to speak about the country from which we are exiled and to which we are returning. That is a very, very challenging point in world discourse. And what I aim to do in the next 20 minutes or so is to show how that was negotiated in the first exile of Jews from the land of Israel, or really the second exile, but part of the first period of exile of the Jews from the land of Israel, the Babylonian exile, which took place 586 BCE after a series of wars by the Babylonians against the kingdom of Judah. Approximately 586 BCE, the Temple of Jerusalem, as is well known, was destroyed. The city of Jerusalem was destroyed. The ruins can be seen today. And the Jews were exiled to Babylonia. And I'll speak a little bit about how the Babylonian Empire, which at the time was the major empire in the Near East, tried so hard to treat the Judahites, who later became the Jews, of course, as they treated everyone else in the world, which is exile you to Babylon and make you into new Babylonians, and how the Judahites reacted to that experience. This research project brings together the research of two people who are in this room a moment ago. One is Professor Wayne Horowitz, who is the leading expert in Israel on what's called the Al Yahudu tablets, the tablets that were discovered in the cuneiform inscriptions and left to us in Babylonia to be discovered by antiquities pirates many thousands of years later, and some of which are now in this museum, and by Risa Levitt-Cohen, who was here a moment ago, and I hope is still here, who is one of the world's leading experts on Ezekiel, Ezekiel will play a prominent part in this discussion. And so I'll begin by raising the question of what is indigeneity. And I'm sure that those of you who are in this room who have studied Indigenous peoples know this question much better than I. But I'll briefly summarize that some of the key points in understanding what is indigeneity have been discussed by various UN panels. There is no universally accepted definition, but these are some of the characteristics of indigeneity: self-identification, the language, the culture, and the beliefs, the resolve to maintain and reproduce ancestral environments. And you see here, expressed in much greater verbiage, the points that Dr. Trotter summarized a moment ago: land, language, people. And the idea of historical continuity with the pre-colonial society. And as you can see here, the first two elements are group togetherness. And the latter two elements that I summarized on the board are something more than that: the desire to reverse the process of exile and return to the ancestral land. And that division, where on the one hand there's group identity, on the other hand there is the desire to reverse the process of exile and return to the ancestral land, to what extent can we identify these specific elements in the two records we have of the Judahites' exile to Babylon? When I say the two records, I don't mean two specific documents. I mean, on the one hand, the cuneiform record, which is displayed in this museum, and on the other hand, the biblical record, which is preserved in Ezekiel and in many other texts. I'll demonstrate how Judahites in Babylonia not only preserved their identity, but also promoted their sense of being an indigenous people exiled from their land and preserving a connection to it. The second level argues not only for preserving a connection to the group, but also for preserving a connection to the land. Again, one of the three elements Dr. Trotter emphasized. I would like to emphasize a further point. The Babylonian exile took at least 60 years, so that many of the people who, after those 60 years, who saw themselves as Judahites in Babylonia, had never actually seen the land of Israel. Right? These are people who preserve an identity over at least two generations. We'll see, of course, it's much more than that. It's 3, 4, 5 generations, who had never seen the land of Israel and yet preserve a connection to the land. And preservation of indigeneity, that preservation of connection to the land, is a second and a higher level than preservation of identity. Of course, identity preservation has to come first, and then we can talk about preservation of indigeneity. So let's begin with some evidence from the cuneiform record, and let's talk a little bit about how a specific group of people in Babylonia could preserve a group identity over several generations without being on their ancestral land. The Babylonians' goal in exiling people from the land of Israel, and they exiled not only Judahites, they exiled Ashkelonites, Gazaites, people from other civilizations. There are Edomians who were exiled. There are large groups who were exiled to Babylonia. And not the clearest point that emerges from the cuneiform record is that when the Babylonians exiled these people, they wanted them to contribute to the economy of Babylonia. Many of these people were settled in the southern parts of Babylonia, which had been devastated in wars with Assyria. And the idea was settle there, improve the economy, make money, and we'll tax you. That was the goal of the Babylonian Empire. Let's try and get as much money as we can out of this land, and let's bring more people into it. Regarding the merchants among the Judahites could integrate fully into Babylonian merchant society. And we have some sense of what happens at Sippar, which is one of the cities in southern Babylonia, sort of central, a little bit north of the south part of Babylonia. And Yigal Bloch, who's a curator at this museum, has shown that Judahites could, in some cases, did integrate into the merchants there. So they could become wealthy, they could take Babylonian names, and they didn't have to stay Judahites. And we have this evidence clearly illustrated in the cuneiform record. In contrast, the rural community tended to give Judahite names. And this is one of the ways in which we can identify Judahites in the cuneiform record, because it's a way of preserving identity. But there's another important practice that I'll talk about now, and that's the practice of grouping together Judahites. The Babylonian ideal was to settle the Judahites in the countryside, let them farm and develop the land, just like every other group developed the land. Let them stay in the countryside, and let them group themselves as ethnic groups, and then pay taxes to Babylonia. In other words, the taxes weren't imposed on each individual, but on the group of people who settled in a particular place and were told to work the land, develop their abilities, develop the agriculture, and then the Babylonians would tax them as a group. And so there was a group of Judahites settled in a particular rural place, And those Judahites were supposed to, as a group, pay taxes, and as a group govern themselves, not make trouble for the Babylonian Empire, and address their own needs. Now, this grouping together appears in reference to what are called the Shoshanu farmers. We have in texts from the Yehuda archives, from the Nashar archives, and these Shoshanu farmers are nearly fully slaves, nor they're fully free men. They're obligated to work certain tracts of land and to remit taxes to certain officials in return for service. The Shoshanu, who are identifiable by Judahite names, were grouped under the service of certain officials, and they're not randomly distributed across the land, but they're grouped in specific areas. In other words, I'm just summarizing from the cuneiform record what I illustrated earlier. And there's a group togetherness among the Judahite rural population, which certainly contributes to preservation of identity. And you can show the same picture from the Murashu archives, where we see group togetherness formed using a technique called the Chatru groups. Again, the Judahites stick together. They're under clans or groupings that are called Chatru. And there's more than 60 different Chatru societies in the archives from Murashu, which are a little bit later in the period of Babylonian exile. But the Judahites are not randomly distributed across the 60 societies. The Judahites are grouped in 3 of them. So again, see different ways, either in grouping them as farmers with the same responsibility, same organizer among the farmers for the Judahites, or the Judahites being among Chatru societies. The Judahites stick together. So they're farmers, they're soldiers in the Persian army, they held their lands as a kind of fee for service, but the key point for our purposes is they stick together and were not randomly distributed across the different societies, whether there be the societies of farmers or the society of Chatru. So far, I've just shown what is widely known in scholarship, that Judahites in the rural sector in Babylonia stuck together. And that certainly promoted preservation of identity. But if you remember what I spoke about at the beginning, I said I don't want to just talk about preservation of identity, I also want to talk about preservation of indigeneity. And to what extent do we find resolve to maintain and to reproduce ancestral environments? So let's look at several points of evidence that show that they wanted to reproduce and to maintain a connection to the land from which they were exiled, which is something that is unique in the cuneiform record. First of all, there is the tendency, there is an interesting phenomenon we find in the documents that I illustrated, that I talked about earlier, the cuneiform documents, that the Judahites all group themselves under the official of the government who was also responsible for the land of Israel. In other words, Judahites are sitting in Babylonia, but they, for reasons which are not entirely clear, at least not clear to me, pay their taxes through the governor of the Persian province, which is also responsible for the land of Israel. They maintain their allegiance or their connection to that Persian province, which is called in Latin Transpotamia, or in Akkadian Ebernari, the land across the river. And it's not clear why the Judahites did this, but Yuval Levavi, who's one of our promising up-and-coming Assyriologists, suggests that there's some kind of attempt at maintaining a connection to the land of Israel by paying and grouping themselves under the governor, who's also responsible for the land of Israel. Where else do we find indigeneity? Another piece of indigeneity is illustrated by in a publication of Wayne Horowitz, which is published by a journal that comes out of this museum, where it shows the rent. It's a fascinating contract, and I think we have to give credit to Wayne for recognizing it. Judahites in Babylonia rent fish nets, right? Not fishnet stockings, actual nets to catch fish. And they do this in the month of Elul, which is the 6th month of the Torah calendar. And then they return them after the beginning of the 7th month. The 7th month is the month of Tishrei. And if you know the Jewish calendar, you know that the beginning of Tishrei is the Jewish New Year. And so why are they paying such a high premium for the renting of these nets? And Wayne and David Geva argued that they're observing in Babylonia the holiday of Rosh Hashanah, the holiday of the Jewish New Year, and they're doing this by paying a premium on the fish nets to catch fish for the holiday. Now, if we share this piece of evidence with fishmongers in the Israeli markets, they would certainly use it as a way of marketing and jacking up prices on fish before Rosh Hashanah. So don't tell them. This is the point for our purposes is that there is an observance of the Jewish calendar in Babylonia, and I think that that's really, really important and interesting. It's one piece of the preservation of identity. The second piece that I want to talk about is this fascinating name list, which was published by Wayne, by Philip, by Joshua Greenberg several years ago, and it's now it's studied again by Wayne and Jan Safford, who's sitting upstairs, and it's been published by Pierce. It dates to 517 BCE, and look at the names. I want to talk about just three of the names. Three of the names here are Yashuv Tzedek, name number 5 on the right. Sorry, number 3 on the right, excuse me. Yashuv Tzedek, may the justice return, right? Or may the victory return. Yashuv Dili, may the one who's mine return. And the last one, Ya'aliyah, which clearly means may God bring us up, right? And to bring up, as Yigal Bloch has illustrated, to bring up means to leave Babylonia and go up the river and come back to Israel. So there is a tendency among Jews in Babylonia to keep the calendar, not only to keep the calendar, but to give their kids names that express the idea of return. So I want to highlight the point that these people have been in Babylonia for some time. These are names of people which were given to people born not earlier than 538 BCE. And after 60 years of Babylonian exile, they give their kids names that talk about return. That's really, really significant and really important. And it illustrates the idea of return as a prominent element in the Babylonian exiles' Jewish community. Okay, I don't want to I don't think we can really underestimate the significance of this document and the names it contains. It coupled with the other slightly more boring evidence I summarized earlier about grouping together and grouping themselves under the governor of the province that includes the land of Israel and the fish contract. All this points to preservation not only of identity but of indigeneity. There's an attempt to maintain a connection to the land of Israel throughout the Babylonian exile. So how and why did they do this? How and why did Judahites in Babylonia preserve identity? I think that there is a very clear guilty party here. And with the time that remains, and please tell me how much of it that I have. Okay, with the time that remains, I'd like to address that guilty party who is Ezekiel. Because I think that while there is certainly it's impossible to think about Ezekiel as having done these things on his own. Ezekiel is the galvanizing force, at least in the documents we have, Ezekiel is the galvanizing force behind this idea of preserving Judahite identity in Babylonia during the Babylonian exile. Now, I'm aware that there is a large body of biblical scholarship led by Zimmerli, which argues that the book of Ezekiel is much later, but it's not. As Risa Levitt-Cohen has shown, based on the work of Moshe Greenberg and many other scholars, Ezekiel is composed in Babylonia. Anyone who knows the cuneiform record and looks at the book of Ezekiel and looks at the language knows that the book of Ezekiel preserves elements of cuneiform language and the type of thinking that you find in Babylonia. There's a nice article by Jean-Philippe Delorme, a Canadian scholar, who illustrates this. It's not really an arguable point anymore, with all due respect to Zimmerli. The Ezekiel, throughout the first 24 chapters, engages in a large-scale project of indigeneity preservation. And I think that language, that term has to be applied to what Ezekiel is doing. Because Ezekiel, in cooperation with the Judahite elders, is trying to preserve not only an identity of the Judahites in Babylonia, but an indigeneity of the Judahites in Babylonia. Sort of one of the classic and easy examples of this is Ezekiel chapter 4. In that chapter, Ezekiel is told to recreate the siege of Jerusalem on a kind of brick, to draw the siege of Jerusalem on a brick, to lie on his side watching the brick. Now that's bizarre, right? Why is he doing this? It's a sign to the house of Israel. What's the point of this? The point of it is, in the absence of a television screen, which shows what's going on in the land of Israel, thousands of miles away, where he's been exiled to Babylonia, and the city of Jerusalem is being destroyed. He's being told, okay, the city of Jerusalem is now being destroyed. Pay attention to it and watch it. It's like watching the television broadcast of the destruction of Jerusalem. He can't take his eyes away from it because he has to recognize what's going on in the land of Israel, a land from which he's been exiled several years earlier. To quote, "And to the siege of Jerusalem direct your face, and your arm will be naked, and prophecy to it." And Ezekiel is then told to eat bread of affliction. Right? The bread is very disgusting. He's told to eat this disgusting bread and to experience the eating of dung-based foods. And he says to God, wait a second, why should I eat dung-based food? I'm not dung-baked food. I've always preserved my ritual purity. And God says to him, you can take it a little bit less impure, but you still got to continue to eat this. You have to experience in exile what the people in the ancestral homeland are experiencing. And to demonstrate this to the rest of the exilic community, don't hide in a room and do this. Show everyone else in the exilic community what you're actually doing. This is a very powerful scene, a scene so powerful that the important Jewish philosopher Maimonides says it couldn't have happened in real life. But nevertheless, the point of the scene is for the prophet to identify as a member of the pre-exilic land, to tell all the other exiles, you're connected to that pre-exilic land. If he can't be in Jerusalem, he has to connect to Jerusalem by his eyes, by his taste buds, by his sense of touch, a sense of smell. And the community has to watch, has to smell, has to hear the experience, and to recognize that their point of reference is the pre-exilic land. This is a really powerful point which Ezekiel does, and which conveys the sense of connection to the land, and it ties into what we see in the cuneiform records. And that's why I really feel strongly that we have to look at Ezekiel as a historical piece of that period of Babylonian exile and indigeneity preservation in the Babylonian exile, with all due respect to biblical scholars who want to take Ezekiel out of that context. Ezekiel does not deny the justice of the exile. He emphasizes that the exile is justified, but he insists that connection has to be maintained. And we see this further in, as I talked about Ezekiel 4. There's this idea of the scattering of the hair in Ezekiel 5, which speaks about the punishments of the land of Israel. But he recognized that there's going to be destruction, but he also emphasizes that there needs to be a connection to the land. And we see this in the landscape elements that appear repeatedly. In Ezekiel 6, he speaks about the mountains and the hills and the streams and the valleys. Right? Mountains and hills and streams and valleys is something that anyone who's driven the roads of the land of Israel experiences. The roads go up and down as you try to get into Jerusalem, and of course in Babylonia, it's a big plain. And so he emphasizes throughout the book of Ezekiel the landscape of the land of Israel. And then we get to Ezekiel 20, which is in some ways the most powerful piece of evidence here, where Ezekiel puts himself into conflict with the exiles. Because the exiles say to Ezekiel, okay, very nice, you're talking to us about how we're connected to the land of Israel, but bottom line, we're here in Babylonia. We can't get out of Babylonia because there's a Babylonian decree, which Yigal Bloch, again, from this museum has published, which says anyone who leaves Babylonia and is given refuge by someone who helps them leave Babylonia, the house of the person who gives them refuge is going to be destroyed. He's going to be killed. And there's no possible help for anyone who leaves Babylonia. There's an enormous threat of the Babylonian Empire against helping people leave Babylonia. The Babylonian Empire doesn't want the Judahites in Babylonia to be starving. It wants them to be wealthy so they can tax them, but it doesn't want them to leave. And so there's no way out. And so Jews go to Ezekiel in chapter 20 and they say, okay, we're coming to ask you what our future is. They're coming to do the word darash. Tell us what our future is. And the clear goal of the inquiry is to find out about the future. And Ezekiel says, you think I can tell you about your future? And he gives them a very, very long discourse in Ezekiel 20 about their past. Right? As if you read Ezekiel 20, I'm not going to do it now, but you can do it on your own. It gives them a description of what happened in the past. The last 3 words on the screen. Et toavot avotam hodium. Tell them the abominations of their ancestors. Tell them all the bad stuff their ancestors did. And of course, as he does that, he tells them each time, God forgave you, God forgave you, God forgave you. And then he tells you, so that's their past. So what's your future? Your future is your past. And that's the key point that Ezekiel's trying to get across. Connection to the pre-imperial, pre-colonial society. You will, right, he tells them in verse 32, here's the nice survey of your past, but if you think, if you think you're going to become Babylonians, it's not going to happen. You think you're going to integrate into Babylonian society and accept the idolatry of Babylonian society as normal? It's not going to happen. God says in verse 33, I'm going to take you out, verse 33 and verse 34, in language redolent of the Exodus from Egypt, I'm going to take you out of Babylonia. I'm going to force you out of Babylonia. I'm going to bring you back to the land of Israel. Well, wait a second, what does that have to do with our past? They come to him to ask about their future. They're told about the past, and then that the ultimate future is a return to the past, the return to the pre-exilic society. And this explains in large measure, this program of Ezekiel explains in large measure how and why the Israelites, or the Judahites in Babylonia, are forced into a identity in which there is a preservation of indigeneity, resolving to maintain and to reproduce the ancestral environment and to maintain the Judahites as a distinctive people with a connection to the land from which they were exiled. So did Ezekiel promote indigeneity and the Judahites follow? Did Ezekiel follow the Judahites' desire to group themselves in groupings that were connected to the governor of the land of Israel, as we see in the cuneiform documents? Did Ezekiel encourage the Judahites to go and pay high prices for nets of fish to celebrate the Jewish New Year? We're never going to know the answers to these questions, at least until the fish merchants get their hand on this tablet. But what we will know, the historical picture is very clear. The conditions under which the Babylonians treated exiles supported maintaining group identity, but did not encourage return. At some point, the exiles decided to maintain their sense of identity, despite the hopelessness of returning to Judah. And that sense of indigeneity was promoted either by the historical figure Ezekiel, who said something very similar to the prophecies we have in his name, or by other unknown figures who did other things to promote indigeneity, right? This is the sort of problem of who wrote Shakespeare. It was either written by Shakespeare or by someone else called Shakespeare who lived in the time of Shakespeare. So the promotion of indigeneity was either done by Ezekiel or by someone else who lived in the time of Ezekiel, who did the kind of stuff that Ezekiel is said in the book of Ezekiel to have done. I'll leave it to you to figure that out. But that sense of indigeneity can hardly have been restricted to the bits of evidence that I've illustrated here from the cuneiform record, which I hope to find more of, and I'm sure my colleagues who are better versed than I in the cuneiform record will be promoting this. But that sense of indigeneity can hardly have been restricted to this bit of evidence. There must have been much more widespread among the rural Judahite community, and that sense of indigeneity provides the fertile ground for what happens after less than 70 years of exile, or 70 years of exile, depending on your count. After 70 years or so, 538, Declaration of Cyrus, the beginning of the Judahite return to the land of Israel, a very, very slow and difficult process, illustrated in the prophecies of Isaiah 40 and following, which ultimately leads to the much later, in the time of Ezra, almost 80 years later, the final, the building in a substantial way of the city of Jerusalem, the founding in an established way of the province of Yehud, the return of a certain number of exiles, their integration with the Judahites who didn't leave the land. And then we get from 100 years after Ezra, we begin the process of moving from the Persian period to the Hellenistic period and continue the trajectory of Jewish history in the land of Israel. I think that that story of return, although it ultimately ends in exile, is enormously significant because the first return paves the way for the second return, which we're living through today, with all its trials and tribulations and horrors. And when I think about the possibility of further exile, which is something that has not been absent from our thoughts in the last 2 years, we recognize that despite that horror, there will always be another return. It's the preservation of indigeneity that allows Indigenous peoples to keep their identity, to keep their connection to the land. I think in this respect, we share a bond of resolve with Indigenous peoples around the world. We encourage you to speak with us, to engage with us, to share with us your points of agreement, disagreement, and we are grateful for your support and for your and for dialogue with you. Thank you.
Questions going to do questions after the next session. Sure. I just want to give you a little gift.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a wonderful way to start in ancient Babylon, and so fascinating to see that preservation of identity even then. And I'm giving a gift, but I'm telling you about this gift. This is a gift I'm giving you, which is my newly published book, which is Zionism at the Ends of the Earth. And we had hoped to have copies here today to be able to sell and give to people, but unfortunately the printers stuffed it up. But we have a couple, so I'm gifting one to you. And
Thank you very, very much
for your
It's
contribution.
Very generous of you and grateful to you. And thank you very much. Thank you. I'm very grateful.
And I would just mention, and I'm sure others will mention, that Wayne will probably talk about it a bit more, that Professor Sean is having another conference in the next 2 days. Everyone's invited to Bar Ilan University, and Wayne will probably talk a bit more about that. So, and it's continuing this theme around indigeneity.
Okay. For the sake of making the day flow and time constraints, I'll start that again. I wasn't by the microphone. For the sake of making the day flow and time constraints in each of the sessions, we'll take questions for all of the speakers at the end of the session based on time remaining. Our next speaker is Dr. Michael Wexler, who will be speaking about...
I'll give an introduction to Michael.
Okay. And
Yeah.
you know Michael better than I.
Yeah, I will introduce Dr. Michael Wexler, Wexler. Earned his PhD in Near Eastern and Judaic Studies from the University of Chicago. He's a research associate with the Faculty of History at the University of Warsaw. He specializes in biblical languages and Hebrew scriptures, and his research and publication focuses on Judeo-Arabic literature, with particular emphasis on pre-modern exegetical and theological literature, as well as the literary and ideological context between Jews, Christians, and Muslims. His most recent monograph is From Persia with Love. I think this has just been released. The Judeo-Arabic translation and commentary of Simon ben Yeroham on the Book of Esther. And Dr. Wexler is having an event this week for this book. So please welcome Dr. Michael Wexler.
Thank you for having me, Cherie, to this important event. It's an honor to participate. The title of my presentation is The Fabrication of a History, Palestinian Historical Revisionism and the Undermining of the Jewish Connection to the Land. We have a lot to cover, so I will just jump right into it. The unprecedented surge and outward expressions of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism since October 7th, 2025, has also seen, unsurprisingly, a corresponding surge in anti-Zionist and anti-Jewish propaganda. These anti-Jewish falsehoods, as I will henceforth refer to them, for such is what they are being broadly disseminated not only on the streets and in the various organs of popular culture, but also within the storied precincts of academia, where the pursuit of truth is ostensibly paramount. Students are indoctrinated by professors who, to the laud of an intellectually bankrupt chorus of their peers, filter the present existence and existential struggle of the world's only Jewish state through a lens of falsehoods based in ignorance, pseudo-scholarship, and commitment to an ideology or theology which is anti-Jewish at its core. Consistent with my own research proficiency, I will discuss in following three main areas in which the anti-Jewish narrative peddled by Palestinian exponents and their supporters seeks to undermine and ultimately erase the indigenous Jewish connection to the land of Israel. Drawing on both medieval Muslim Arabic sources as well as Near Eastern Jewish sources in both Hebrew and Arabic, I will demonstrate not only the falsity of the Palestinian narrative in these areas, but also how their deployment in that narrative is inconsistent even with the historical Muslim perspective. The first area that we'll consider is the undermining of the Jewish presence in the land. The most prevalent of the anti-Jewish falsehoods that I will here address, and the one most repeated by the anti-Zionist mobs in the city squares and university quads, is that the Jews in Israel are a colonial entity with no indigenous ties to the Middle East and North Africa, let alone the land of Israel into which they have intruded. This notion is reflected, for example, in the very title of Palestinian academic Mitri Raheb's pseudo-scholastic book titled Decolonizing Palestine, in which the Jewish people are portrayed as a malevolent foreign entity, tellingly subdivided in Raheb's index into only two groups, British and European, whose colonialist seizure of Palestine from its indigenous Arab inhabitants was largely fueled by naive Western Christian Zionists motivated by theologically romanticized notions of the ancient Holy Land. Raheb, by contrast, representing those whom he considers the indigenous people of the land, speaks in sentimental terms about his time as a youth visiting Jerusalem, which was for him a quote-unquote real city, where he would sit with friends on the Ottoman walls of the old city and snack happily on kek bread flavored with za'atar, that's wild thyme. In the same vein, I can speak in sentimental terms about my own time as a youth spent among the leafy bowers and golden meadows of the Hudson Valley and Catskills, and how quote-unquote real those places were to me with all of their vivid and varied sounds, colors, and scents. Yet this doesn't make me or my family indigenous Mohicans. Nor, by the same token, does any amount of mawkish reminiscence on the part of Raheb make him or his people indigenous to Judea. Of course, the presence of the Jewish people in the land of Israel long predates that of any other existing ethnic group, including Arabs, the significant presence of whom in Israel only began with the Muslim conquest and colonization of the land in the 7th century CE. By any reasonable measure of indigeneity, this confirms the Jews as the preeminent indigenous people of the land. Certainly so, according to the collectively agreed upon qualifications of indigeneity adopted by the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, according to which one of the defining characteristics of indigeneity is, quote, historical continuity with pre-colonial and or pre-settler societies, unquote. Whether or not one requires such historical continuity to include residents in the land of claimed indigeneity, which is highly debatable, this makes no difference, since the Jewish people have maintained an unbroken presence in the land of Israel from antiquity. And according to the same UN Forum, another characteristic of indigeneity is, quote, self-identification as indigenous peoples at the individual level and accepted by the community as their member, unquote. Hence, according to this UN Forum at any rate, any individual born outside of Israel who self-identifies as a Jew and is accepted as such by the community of Jews which has maintained an unbroken presence in the land is part of the same indigenous group. As to the presence of the Jewish people in the land of Israel in antiquity, this is as much of a historical truism as anything can be, confirmed by more historical evidence than can be found for most other claims of similar antiquity. Suffice it to say for our present purposes that the presence of the Jews in the land long before the military conquest and colonization of the land by Muslim Arabs is broadly recognized in the classical Muslim historiographical tradition. Information about the Jews, or Banu Israel, the children of Israel, in the land of Israel during the period covered by the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament is found in the works of almost every major classical Arab historian, such as At-Tabari, Al-Mas'udi, Ibn Khaldun, and others. Reference to Jews in the land during this general period is also attested in the loose collection of narratives known as Israeliyat, found in Muslim folk tales, hadith collections, and classical commentaries on the Quran. In the Quran itself, moreover, the view is even found that God foreordained or destined, kataba, the land of Israel for the Jews. In Surah Al-Ma'idah, it says in verse 21, quote, and God is talking here, Allah, to the Jewish people, "O people, enter the holy land that Allah has foreordained for you," unquote. Throughout these sources, the land of Israel is typically designated by the terms Al-Ard al-Muqaddasa, Balad Bait al-Maqdis, or simply Bait al-Maqdis, all of which are calques of Hebrew designations, as we will discuss later on. Another term found for the land is the Arabic term Asham, which also includes modern Lebanon, Syria, and Western Jordan. Far less common during this period is the term Filastin, or more precisely Jund Filastin, which comprised the Southern Military Administrative District, or Jund, of Asham, encompassing Judea and most of Samaria, which is the Palestina Prima of the early Byzantine period. As to the continuing unbroken presence of Jews in the land of Israel throughout the medieval period of Islamic and sporadic Crusader rule, as well as the subsequent period of Ottoman rule, this is all richly documented in the carefully researched studies of scholars such as Moshe Gil, Jacob Mann, Eliyahu Ashtor, Yitzchak Ben Tzvi, among many others, drawing from an abundance of Jewish, Christian, and Muslim sources in various languages. Indeed, even in the Second Encyclopedia of Islam, Volume 2, published in 1965, the admission is made that, quote, Palestine had some Jewish inhabitants throughout the period of Islamic rule, unquote. Now, notwithstanding the notion of hundreds, perhaps, to which the term some might give rise, the Jewish population of the land of Israel during this period, while waxing and waning according to the ill or goodwill of the Muslim or Christian ruling class, was in fact quite significant. Although precise population numbers are generally difficult to come by, it can be conservatively estimated that the Jewish population of the land throughout the period of Muslim rule numbered in the tens of thousands. And in some places, the Jewish population even outnumbered that of Muslims. Thus, at the end of the 10th century, the Muslim geographer Shamsuddin al-Muqaddasi, a resident of Jerusalem, writes in his famous Ahsan al-Taqasim that the majority of the city's inhabitants were Christians and Jews, whereas, quote, the mosque is devoid of congregations and learned assemblies, unquote. On Purim of 1039 in Ramla, as described in a Judeo-Arabic letter written in that year by the Jewish communal leader Nathan ben Abraham, 400 Jewish men gathered in the main hall of one of the city's synagogues to engage in a collective reading of the scroll of Esther. From this, as reasonably observed by Moshe Gil, we can infer, quote, that there were approximately 1,000 Jewish families residing in the city, which is about 5,000 souls, unquote. Geniza documents reveal that in the early 9th century, Gaza had an important Jewish community, including, apparently, a center of study. For instance, we find reference to the Masorete Moses the Gazan around 800 CE. For its part, Tiberias in Galilee was one of the centers of worldwide Jewish scholarship, being the city to which the Sanhedrin had relocated after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, as well as the subsequent location of Yeshivat Gaon Yaakov, a direct outgrowth of the Sanhedrin and one of the three main yeshivot in the world at that time, until its relocation to Jerusalem towards the middle of the 10th century. Tiberias was also one of the main centers for the Masoretes, Jewish scholars who crystallized the reading and transmission of the Hebrew Bible. A word must be said about the Temple Mount, which, due to its preeminent religious and cultural significance, has served as one of the foundational landmarks linking the historical presence of the Jewish people to the land. Because of this, Palestinian exponents, from the PLO Mufti Ikrim Sabri to Mahmoud Abbas and Hamas, have vehemently denied that there was ever any Jewish temple on the Temple Mount, or, as I'm sure you're aware, Har HaBayit, a biblical term which long predates Islam. The New York Times lent their own weight to this falsehood with an article published on October 8, 2015, titled, "Historical Certainty Proves Elusive at Jerusalem's Holiest Site." The writer of this article, Rick Gladstone, either with deceptive malice or extreme ignorance, went on to transfer the scholarly debate over the precise location on the Mount of the Heichal, or sanctuary, to the quote-unquote question, which he claimed many books and scholarly treatises have never answered, of whether there was ever a temple on the Mount at all. Of course, that the Temple Mount was the home of the Jewish temple is as much of a historical certainty as the site of the Greek Parthenon or the Roman Forum, and is accepted as such by all true scholars who merit the label, excepting the likes of such as Mitri Raheb, who in his aforementioned book reveals his absolute lack of scholarly bona fides by stating that, quote, "the phrase Temple Mount is used as a historical reference to where the Jewish temple might once have stood." In classical Muslim tradition, by contrast, the identity of the Temple Mount at the site of the Jewish temple is in fact well established. Hence, Abu Hassan al-Mas'udi, in the 9th and 10th century, asserts with not a shade of doubt in his Muruj al-Dhahab that, quote, "Solomon undertook the building of the Holy Temple, which is the Masjid al-Aqsa," unquote. Even more specifically, the great polyhistorian Abu Ja'far al-Tabari in the 9th and 10th century identifies the precise site of the Heichal as being a Sakhra, that is, the rock, upon which the later structure known as Qubat al-Sakhra, the Dome of the Rock, was built by the Umayyad Caliph Abd al-Malik towards the end of the 7th century. At-Tabari writes, on the authority of Wahab bin Munabih, a contemporary of Muhammad himself, quote, "David saw the angels with their swords drawn, sheathing them and climbing a golden ladder from a Sakhra to heaven. So David said, 'This is a site on which a place of worship ought to be built.' David intended to begin its construction, but God said to him via revelation, 'This is a holy sanctuary,' or Bait al-Maqdis in Arabic, 'and you have stained your hands with blood. Therefore you cannot be its builder, but rather it will be a son of yours whom I will make king after you, whom I will name Solomon and preserve from bloodshed.' Thus, when Solomon became king, he built it and ennobled it." In other words, he built the Heichal on the site of As-Sakhra, where the Dome of the Rock currently resides. Our second area is the undermining of Jewish identity. The primary claim deployed by Palestinian exponents to undermine Jewish identity is the scholastically debunked Khazar theory, which entails that the Khazars, a nomadic Turkic people group that was situated in the area between and to the north of the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, converted to Judaism in the late 8th or early 9th century, and following the fall of the Khazar Empire in the latter half of the 10th century, emigrated to Europe, where they established themselves as the ancestors or core of Ashkenazi Jewry. As noted by Yehoshaphat Harkavi in his 1972 book, which I highly recommend, by the way, a criminally underused resource for anyone who comments on the current conflict, his 1972 book, Arab Attitudes to Israel, he pointed out this claim, this Khazar theory, was then already being broadly peddled in the Arab world as an ideological weapon targeting the legitimacy of the state of Israel. And this is especially true among the Palestinians, where this claim has been given vociferous traction by the political leadership, including PA President Mahmoud Abbas, religious leaders, and the popular media. Right out of the gate, I would point out that despite its sloppy application by Palestinian exponents to all Israeli Jews, this claim has absolutely no bearing on the majority of them, who are descended not from Ashkenazi Jews, but from Mizrahi and Sephardi Jews, who have an established and well-documented history in the Middle East and Mediterranean basin, including the land of Israel, as discussed in the previous section. As for the application of this theory to Ashkenazi Jewry, the Khazar theory has been soundly disproven by the meticulous work of manifold scholars and scientists. The main reasons for its rejection may be summed up as follows. Number one, the unreliability of the few sources that mention the Khazars' supposed Jewishness. The primary sources that mention the Jewishness of the Khazars, whether just of the king and his court or the people as well, comprise 2 Hebrew documents and a handful of references in Muslim Arabic works, which were either contemporaneous with the Khazar Empire or composed soon after it was conquered by Sviatoslav of Rus around 970 CE. The 2 Hebrew documents, one a letter by the supposed king of the Khazars to the prominent Andalusian Jew Chasdai bin Shaprut, and the other an anonymous historical account of the Khazars' supposed conversion, contradict each other and have been rightly judged to be pseudepigraphal. Whereas the handful of Muslim references, contemporary Muslim references to the Khazars' Jewishness, have all been shown to be based on rumor and hearsay, and on their face are in fact quite questionable, such as the 10th century geographer Ali Stakhri's statement in his Kitab al-Masalik, quote, "The Khazars are Muslims, Christians, and Jews, and among them also are idolaters. The least numerous of the groups is the Jews, and the most numerous is the Muslims, despite the fact that the king and his retinue are Jews," unquote. Ibn Rustah, in the early 10th century, another one of these sources, admits that for his knowledge of distant places, he had to rely on sources and information transmitted by persons of questionable reliability. Number 2, the silence of most other sources regarding the Khazars' supposed conversion. Now, this silence is of several types. First, the silence on this topic when mentioning the Khazars by most other classical Muslim historians and geographers, most others, including some of the most highly respected among them, such as Ibn Qutayba, al-Baladhari, at-Tabari, Ibn Atham al-Kufi, Ibn al-Faqih, and others. Indeed, the only first-hand account of a visitor to the Khazar kingdom, namely that of Salam the interpreter, who was sent by the Abbasid Caliph al-Wathiq in 842 to search for the mythical wall of Alexander. In his memoirs, no mention at all is made of the Khazars' Jewishness. And al-Muqaddasi, who actually visited Itil, the former capital of the Khazar Empire, less than 15 years after its conquest, found many Muslims there, but no Jewish Khazars. A second type of silence is that of contemporary Jewish sources, in particular the Geonim, or heads, of the 2 yeshivot in Iraq. For 200 years, from 750 to 950 CE, during the heyday of the Khazar Empire, there is not one reference in the Tushuvot or responsa literature of the Geonim, both of Surah and Pumbeditha, 30 Geonim of Surah and 35 of Pumbeditha, not one reference to a Jewish empire ruled or populated by Jewish Khazars. Even more, according to a note by Ibn Khawqal, a Muslim historian, on a map in his Kitab Surat al-Ard, the great Andalusian Jew Chasdai bin Shaprut eventually traveled to Khazariya, since he was keenly interested in this notion of a supposed Jewish kingdom, yet we have no records from Chasdai bin Shaprut coming out of those travels that he found any Jews or Jewish kingdom in Chazar, in the land of the Chazars. And this is quite deafening because, again, he was keenly interested in this issue. Another silence is that of Christian and other sources. The Byzantine state maintained significant ties with the Khazars, yet no Byzantine work refers to their Jewishness, nor do any early Russian, early Georgian, Armenian, Bulgarian, or Syriac writers mention the Jewishness of the Khazars, where one would reasonably expect them to do so. And another type of silence is that of archaeology, as summed up by Professor Shaul Stamper. Quote, in addition to this broad textual silence, there is no material evidence for the conversion of the Khazars to Judaism, or even for the presence of a significant Jewish community in Khazar lands, unquote. 3, the absence of any onomastic or more generally linguistic elements linking Ashkenazi Jewry to the Khazars. Simply put, neither the names nor the Yiddish language common to Ashkenazi Jewry exhibit any influence of Central Asian languages, to which the language of the Khazars, now long gone, would belong. Indeed, the fundamentally Germanic nature of Yiddish, spoken by Jewish communities in Europe and the interior of Russia, including places much further east than the former Khazar kingdom, bears out the veracity of the long-accepted scholarly view that Ashkenazi Jewry arose through migration up the Italian peninsula into the trading cities of the Rhine Valley, where, after adopting the German stock of Yiddish, they eventually branched out into Europe and eastward into Russia. 4th, contemporary references to fundamentally non-Jewish practices among the supposedly Jewish Khazars. An example of one such reference is found in the earliest known systematic Jewish commentary on the Book of Esther, composed around 935 by Saadia ben Yosef, the Gaon, or head, of the great yeshiva in Sura, Iraq, and also one of the leading Jewish scholars of the medieval period. In order to corroborate the reality of Haman, a mere man, being portrayed in the book of Esther, chapter 3, verse 2, as an object of worship, he cites from that part of the world the example of the contemporary Khazars, writing that, quote, before the man of the best qualities among them, they do indeed prostrate themselves and worship him. As he says in Arabic, yasjudulahu wa yabudunahu. And they call him, he goes on, by the name Hakan, notwithstanding that they set up another one in his place as time goes on, unquote. In other words, though the Hakan, which is the throne name of the Khazar king, even though he's clearly mortal, he is worshipped as divine. Thus, about 150 years after their supposed conversion to Judaism, the Khazars are described by the foremost scholar of the closest large Jewish community to Khazariya as engaging in a fundamentally non-Jewish practice, entailing, in fact, one of the 3 gravest sins in Judaism. 5, the genetic evidence closely linking Ashkenazi Jewry to Mizrahi and Sephardi Jewry, and the lack of such linking them to the Khazars. Proponents of the Khazar view broadly cite as their quote-unquote scientific proof a paper published in 2012 by Eran Al-Haik, in which he claimed a genetic link between the Khazars and East European Jewry. However, his study has been roundly rejected by the majority of geneticists because of several severe methodological flaws, including his use of Caucasus Armenians and Georgians as DNA proxies for the long-gone Khazars, despite there being no proven link between these groups. By contrast, the work on Jewish genome history by other researchers, including some of the field's leading geneticists, such as Harry Ostrer, Michael Hammer, Gilad Tzmon, and Doron Behar, has consistently confirmed the conclusion that, as expressed by Doron Behar in a 2013 paper encompassing the work of an international team of 30 scientists, quote, Ashkenazi Jews share the greatest genetic ancestry with other Jewish populations, and there is no indication of a significant genetic contribution either from within or from north of the Caucasus region, unquote. 6, Jewish communities already existed in Europe before the fall and supposed dispersal of the Khazars. As discussed by my own late Doktorvater, Norman Golb, among others, the Carolingian Empire, encompassing most of Western and Central Europe in the 9th century, had 3 main Jewish community seats, each one for the so-called Rex Judaeorum, one in Mainz, or Mogontium, Rouen, or Rodomagus, and Narbonne. From the early 10th century, we also have Geniza correspondence between Chasdaya ben Shavrut and the Kehilot Franza, which term, Franza, at that time denoted the lands of the Carolingian Empire, also discussed by Golb. Notwithstanding all that we have said above, even if there was some partial genetic link between the Khazars and Ashkenazi Jewry, this would not matter, since the borders of Jewish ethnicity have always been permeable to inclusion via conversion. This qualification of ethnicity, I would reiterate, has also been affirmed by the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, which, as I noted above, asserts that one of the defining characteristics of indigeneity is, quote, self-identification as indigenous peoples at the individual level and accepted by the community as their member, unquote. Hence, the theoretical infusion of Khazar DNA into the collective Jewish genome would have no more bearing on the issue of collective Jewish indigeneity to the land of Israel than the actual infusion of Arab DNA into the collective Egyptian genome has on the issue of collective Egyptian indigeneity to Egypt, which reasoning incidentally applies to the indigenous claims of many other ethnic groups conquered and colonized by Arab Muslims. No doubt recognizing the weakness of their claims against the historical continuity of Jewish identity and attendant indigeneity to the land, Palestinian exponents have also claimed descent from competing ancient indigenous groups. Mahmoud Abbas and others have at various points claimed that the Palestinians descend from the Philistines, generally identified as an Aegean people, likely of Indo-European origin, as well as descended from the Canaanites, a Hamitic people group distinct from the Philistines. And some Palestinian exponents have even claimed that they are the true descendants of the ancient Israelites, which claim they complement by categorically applying the Khazar theory to contemporary Jews. However, insofar as the Palestinians identify as Arabs, these patently ridiculous claims contradict the universally affirmed classical Arab Muslim tradition that Arabs are descended from Abraham's son, Ishmael. Moreover, these names contradict the ethno-geographic tradition of contemporary Palestinian Arabs themselves as reflected in their nisab, or gentilic surnames. For example, Al-Masri means from Egypt, an especially common surname among Gazan Arabs. Al-Khawrani means from Khawran in Syria. Al-Khalabi means from Khalab or Aleppo. As-Surani means from Sur, that is Tyre in Lebanon. As-Saidawi means from Saida or Sidon in Lebanon. A-Trablusi means from Trablus, Tripoli, in Lebanon. Al-Hijazi means from the Hijaz in the Arabian Peninsula. Al-Karaki means from Al-Karak in Jordan. Azarqawi means from Zarqa in Jordan. Al-Iraqi, of course, from Iraq. Al-Fayumi from Fayum in Egypt, etc., etc. Our third and final area is the undermining of Jewish toponymy. This entails the claim that most of the Hebrew place names used by Israelis are applied to places with pre-existing Arabic names so as to enforce the Jews' colonialist claims. As Palestinian academic Mitri Raheb says, quote, naming is a means to exercise power, to claim dominance over land and people, and it constitutes an important aspect of settler colonial projects, unquote. This point may well be true, but its application is not in the direction that Raheb intends. The Israelis' use of Hebrew names for pre-Islamic places is, in fact, a decolonizing endeavor focused on the pre-existing names supplanted by Arabic ones following the Muslim settler colonial project that began in the 7th century. There are some genuine Arabic names for places in the land of Israel, either for places founded during the period of Islamic dominion, such as Ramla, which name, by the way, as I'm sure most of you are aware, Israelis retain in Hebrew without the article, or Arabic place names as alternatives to pre-existing Hebrew and Aramaic names, such as Al-Khalil for biblical Hebron or Hebron, which latter, as affirmed by the early 13th century Muslim geographer Yaqut Darumi, among several other classical Arab sources, is the original name, or Ism al-Asli, as he says, of that city. Yet most of the Arabic names for pre-Islamic places represent, in fact, different pronunciations of the pre-existing Hebrew or Aramaic names, just like the Arabicized Hebrew names Ismail, Ibrahim, Ishaq, Yaqub, and most of the other prophets in Islam. Thus, for example, Beit Lachem is Beit Lechem, Batir is Beitar, Ascalon is Ashkelon, Safad is Tzefat, Aricha or Richa is Yericho, Yibna is Yavne, Beit Jibrin is Beit Guvrin, Jinin is Ein Ganim, mentioned in Joshua, Tuqur is Tekoa, Saphuriya is Tzipori, Sepphoris, Tulkarm is Turkarma, mentioned in the Talmud and other early sources. Al-Majdal is Magdala in Aramaic, also known as Migdal Nunaya, and the list goes on and on. Especially instructive are the variety of names used for Jerusalem by medieval Arabic authors. Among the pre-Islamic poets and Arabs in the early generations of Islam, as noted by the great Muslim geographer Abu Ubaid al-Bakri in the 11th century in his Mujam Mastajama, the city was known by the names Ilia, from the Latin name Aelia Capitolina, to which Hadrian had renamed Jerusalem, the Emperor Hadrian, for the same reason that he renamed Judea to Palestina following the Bar Kokhba rebellion in 136. We also find the name Tzion or Tzihyun, obviously from Hebrew Tzion. We also find the name Shalom, Shalim, or Salim, from Hebrew Shalem. And another name for Jerusalem, well attested in the classical Arab sources, is represented by various Arabicized pronunciations of Hebrew Yerushalayim and Aramaic Yerushalem. These various Arabic transliterations being, for instance, Urshalim, Urishalim, Urshalam, etc. And there's several other variations. Nor was the Jewish origin of this latter name lost on classical Muslim writers, as Yaqut Darumi remarks in his Geographical Dictionary in his entry on Urishalim and its variant pronunciations. He writes, quote, "This is a name for Beit al-Maqdis in Hebrew, unquote. This clearly gives the lie to Nur Masalcha's claim, made in his recent book, Palestine, A 4,000-Year History, published in 2018, that the name Urshalim was coined by Israel in 1967 as a quote-unquote new word in order to replace the proper Arabic name Al-Quds on road signs as part of Israel's nefarious settler colonial plan of Judaization. Masalcha could easily have verified the currency of the name Urshalim in classical Arabic sources via recourse to Yaqut, the classical geographer, or even the Second Encyclopedia of Islam in the entry on Al-Quds. Yet instead he chose to cite and rely on an article posted on the viciously anti-Semitic and unscholarly website, the Electronic Intifada. Among the two most prevalent names for Jerusalem in the Arabic sources are Bait al-Maqdis and, mainly from the 11th century, Al-Quds, which later name eventually came to replace all others. Both of these names, as I mentioned earlier on in my presentation, are in fact abbreviated calques, that is to say, literal loan translations of earlier Hebrew and Jewish Aramaic designations for the city that specifically reference the Jewish temple. Bait al-Maqdis is an abbreviation of Madinat Bait al-Maqdis, which is a calque of Hebrew Ir Beit HaMikdash and Aramaic Karta de Beit Makdasha, both of which literally mean the city of the house of the sanctuary, in which the house of the sanctuary refers to the temple. As to the name Al-Quds, this, for its own part, is an abbreviation of Madinat Al-Quds, which is a calque of Hebrew Ir HaKodesh and Aramaic Karta de Kudsha, both of which literally mean the city of holiness, in which the specific reference of Kodesh or Kudsha is to the temple, that is the place of holiness par excellence. Further affirming the Hebrew and Aramaic origin of these two names is the observation that, unlike the Hebrew and Aramaic root Kadash, the cognate Arabic root, Qadasa, is not the normative Arabic root employed in Muslim Arabic to denote a sanctuary or the idea of sacredness/holiness. For this, Muslim writers employ the root Harama, as in the designation of Mecca as Al-Masjid al-Haram, the sacred mosque, or as in the designation now employed for the Temple Mount, Al-Haram al-Sharif, the noble sanctuary, which latter expression, by the way, as noted in the article on it in the Second Encyclopedia of Islam, was still not considered proper for that site, Al-Haram al-Sharif, that term, even in the 14th century, and, quote, would seem to have been imposed by popular usage rather than by full agreement on the unified holiness of the area, unquote. As regards this last point, finally, I would point out that the holiness, or hurma in Arabic, of the Temple Mount, and hence its designation as a haram, or sanctuary, holy place, let alone al-Haram al-Sharif, the noble sanctuary, is nowhere mentioned in the Quran, nor is this an attested dogma of early Islam. For several generations, it was even debated among early Islamic scholars whether the expression al-Masjid al-Aqsa, the furthermost mosque, in the Quran, in fact referred to the Temple Mount at all, which on the face of it certainly does not seem to fit with the description of the land of Israel elsewhere in the Quran as Adna al-Ard, the very near land. Nor did the eventual consensus among Muslim scholars that this Quranic mosque is to be identified with the Temple Mount automatically translate into its status as a haram, or a holy site. Even at the beginning of the 14th century CE, the great theologian Ibn Taymiyyah, known as Shaykh al-Islam, the elder of Islam, decidedly rejects the notion that there is any haram, that is holy site, in the land of Israel. He writes in a special treatise devoted to exaggerated popular Muslim claims about Jerusalem and the land of Israel. There is no place in Jerusalem, he calls it Bait al-Maqdis, designated by Allah as a holy site, a haram, nor at the burial site of Abraham in Hebron, nor in any other location except for 3 places in total. In other words, according to Islamic dogma at that time, there are only 3 places designated by haram. The first is a holy site, a haram, according to the unanimous agreement of all Muslims, which is the holy site of Mecca. The second is a holy site, according to the multitude of scholars, which is the holy site of the Prophet, Medina. And the third is Wedge, which is a valley in Taif. It's a city in the Hijaz. He says this is a holy site, a haram, according to a Shafi'i, but not according to most scholars. There is not one Muslim scholar who claims a holy site, a haram, beyond these three places. It was only after the view of the Temple Mount as an Islamic holy site, that is, Al-Haram al-Sharif, became entrenched in popular Islamic dogma during the Ottoman period from the 16th century, that the view of the site as the quote-unquote third holiest in Islam would eventually gain ubiquitous traction among both Muslims and therefore non-Muslims. This view of the site as Islam's third holiest was promoted in particular by the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem and Nazi ally, Muhammad Amin al-Husseini, who, in the interest of promoting this notion in his propaganda war against the Jews, commissioned the renovation of Qubat al-Sakhra, that's the Dome of the Rock, and the mosque at the southern end of the mount, the dilapidated state of both of which hardly bespoke of treatment as an Islamic holy site, let alone the third holiest in all of Islam. Since then, this view has been regularly deployed by Palestinian exponents and others ignorant of the view's history as an inherently equal or even superior counterpoint to the view of the site as Judaism's holiest, which of course is rooted in biblical antiquity. In conclusion, in each of the three areas that we've addressed briefly, the unbroken Jewish presence in the land of Israel, the historical continuity of Jewish identity, and the antiquity of Jewish toponymy, a careful examination of the data reveals that the Palestinian narrative, which would deny these things to the Jewish people and apply them instead to the descendants of the Arab Muslims who colonized and gradually migrated to the Jewish homeland over the last 1,400 years, is in fact an inversion of reality. There are many academics who know the truth about these things. Some of them, however, have chosen to sacrifice their consciences and place their commitment to a morally bankrupt and ultimately anti-Semitic ideology before truth. To these I say simply, shame on you. You have allied yourselves with the harbingers of true academia's demise. Other scholars have been cowed and bullied into silence by a growing chorus of their anti-Zionist peers, fearful of being branded with a blue Z, the new scarlet letter of establishment censure. To these latter, I repeat the moral admonition of the first century Galilean sage Yaakov Bar Yosef, quote, "Therefore, to one who knows the right thing to do and does not do it, to him it is sin," unquote. Now is the time for you to add your voice to those fighting back against the Goliath of collective falsehoods deployed by modern-day Philistines to undermine and erase the indigenous connection of the Jewish people to their land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take the questions for Sean first, because he has to have a taxi to get him back to Bar Ilan in about 10 minutes or so, and then we'll take the questions for you. Okay. You can stay here if you want, or you can sit, whatever. Okay, Sean.
Happy to take any questions or comments people have.
Please.
Sean, you mentioned how the Babylonians kept the Jews as a separate entity in Babylonia. Wouldn't there have been thoughts that keeping them as an entity, one block entity, is actually keeping any hatred, any discomfort, any potential, potentially throwing up or rebelling alive?
Right. The Babylonians did that to all the ethnicities that they exiled, right? Jan and Wayne can give better information than I, but we have the community of the Ashkelonites, the people from Gaza, people from other regions to the north, who are all Western Semites exiled to Babylonia. They're kept together. Why are they kept together? Primarily for organizational purposes. Babylonians don't want to start taxing each individual. They want large groups to come to the devastated areas in southern Babylonia and develop them. And so they take these large groups, govern yourselves, don't bother us. We want to see here good agriculture and good trading in another 20 years, and we want lots of taxes. It's simply in the interests of empire to keep the ethnic groups together. People who wanted to leave the community and become traders and integrate could do that, but it's an entirely an administrative goal of empire to keep the ethnic groups together.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Could you stand so that you can a little bit?
So, I'd like to raise the flip side of your argumentation, which is that obviously there was a preservation of indigeneity of the Judeans, but the Israelites obviously did not preserve that. They dissipated, they disappeared.
You are cordially invited to come tomorrow to Bar Ilan University, building 410, third floor, at which time, at approximately, the session starts at 2 p.m. First at 1 p.m., Dr. Trotter will speak, and then at 2 p.m., Jan Safford, who's sitting in the back, will speak on this specific topic. So please come tomorrow to Bar Ilan University, building 410, third floor, 1 p.m. Dr. Trotter, 2 p.m. Jan Safford and colleagues.
Who will speak about the 10 found tribes.
The 10 tribes weren't really lost. But during the recess, if you want to speak with almost Dr. Safford, who's sitting in the back, please do so.
Do you have time for?
Yeah, one more.
I had a follow-up question. So how did, in the Brit Hadashah, there's a woman named Hannah who's identified as a descendant of the tribe of Asher. How did those who align themselves with the southern kingdom, how did they navigate in the Babylonian exile? The ones that were from the 10 tribes that attached themselves to Judah.
Right, so, okay, look, the question of whether there's an identity preservation of people from the tribe of Asher in the land of Israel throughout the period of exile is a fascinating one, which we don't have the tools to answer archaeologically or textually. There's very little we can say about the people from Asher who remain in the land. There are clearly groups who remain in the land in the area of Samaria. There are clearly groups who remain in the land in the area of Judea, who continue to identify as Israelites and Judahites throughout the period of exile, and then negotiate their identity when the exiles return as Samaritans, as Jews, and move into one of those two groups. The people who are actually exiled can either ally themselves with the Judahites or go through the experience of being Israelites in exile. And again, I'll pass the topic of Israelites in exile to almost Dr. Safford, sitting 2 meters to your left. Okay. I'll take one last question, then I must go to teach my students.
So, how much did the returning Judaics to Zion's relationship with the Persian Empire facilitate them essentially taking over the show in Judea as opposed to the Judeans that never left?
Right, so the question of how the Judahites who are returning relate to the Judahites who never left is a really important one. There's a lot of discussion of that in scholarship. My view is that Nehemiah integrates the two groups to a large extent around the topic of everyone who wants to build Jerusalem is welcome. Nehemiah sort of takes that approach. The Persian Empire has a different policy than the Babylonian Empire. The Persian Empire wants to develop the West. And the Persian Empire, which starts in around 538 or a little bit later, promotes the emigration of people from Babylonia to the West for purposes of empire. The Judahites take advantage of that and say, okay, you're promoting that, let's go. And that's the story of the return. Of course, do the plans of the Persian Empire conduce with the plans of God? That topic is addressed in Isaiah 40 and following.
Thank you so much.
Pass through to Dr. Wexler.
Nisia Tova. Thank you. Safe travels. Dr. Wexler. Now you get to answer. Now you get to be interrogated. Questions?
Yep.
Yes, please.
Thank you for a very in-depth presentation, and I think a vital one. You basically provide quite a comprehensive analysis of the attempt by Palestinianism and cultural erasure of Jewish indigeneity in the land of Israel. I wonder if you would care to comment how that interfaces with a greater cultural, economic, neo-imperialism, pan-Arabism, which really is not only our roots here, but Kurds and numerous other people, Copts,
Right.
Nubians, etc., in the MENA regions.
Well, that's an important question. My forte is not in modern Arabic studies, but in classical, Jewish Arabic, Muslim Arabic. So I can't give you an expert answer on that, but one who can, a good source that can, is the book I mentioned in my presentation by Yehoshaphat Harkabi, Arab Attitudes to Israel. I cannot recommend that enough. It's his doctoral dissertation, translated into Arabic, his doctoral dissertation from Hebrew University, based on his reading of hundreds and hundreds of Arab books, pamphlets, written sources, and listening to hundreds of audio sources. And he addresses that issue in detail. How anti-Israelism among the Arabs is tied into the issue of their opposition to imperialism, and how that ties into their opposition to Zionism, as a daughter of imperialism. And he gets into all of that in great detail. And I would simply recommend, I don't mean to divert your question, but I can't give you an expert answer on the modern attitude or issue of pan-Arabism. I mean, other than what I can see just from a popular perspective. But again, my academic forte, and from which I would feel comfortable giving you an answer, is in the medieval realm, where opposition to Jewish indigeneity isn't as strong as it is today, simply because the Jews didn't have their own independent state, and so Israel didn't represent, or the Jewish people, for whom Israel is their national home, didn't represent the thorn in the eye of Islam that it does today, according to fundamental Muslim theology, holds that any lands brought under the banner of Islam, Dar al-Islam, remains forever, the waqf, the possession of the Muslim. And so Israel is, quite a novelty in reclaiming land that was brought under the banner of Islam and thriving, and really representing an ongoing testimony to what I will call the impotence of Allah. According to classical Islamic theology, of course, they have ways of explaining that, through the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is an immensely popular work in the Arab world and has been ever since it came out, essentially. They have ways of explaining Israel's success and why they were able to reclaim land that was once that of the Muslim. Any explanation other than the obvious one, but again, as to your question, I would steer you to Harkabi's book. I cannot recommend it enough. Anyone who comments on, talks about, or discusses the modern issue, the conflict between Israel, the Palestinians, the Arab world in general, needs to read that book. All of his conclusions hold true ×2. Absolutely. I cannot recommend it enough. Yes. Yeah.
What was the general thought in the pre-Inquisition during the Caliphate of Cordoba? What was the Arabic thought in relationship to the Jews in the diaspora and Jerusalem specifically?
That's a good question. As I mentioned just a second ago, it didn't get much thought in his official Islamic theology and discussion, because the Jews didn't have their own state, and the notion that they ever would reacquire one doesn't seem to have been on the radar of most Muslim theologians and writers. So They were a dhimmi people. You know, they were tolerated as inferiors. It wasn't modern tolerance by any stretch. They were a tolerated group of inferiors, and the notion that they would ever form some kind of political rival or, you know, powerful competitor to Islam just wasn't on the radar. It was a non-issue. It was a non-issue. Yeah, and Cordoba is an interesting sort of exception, historically speaking, you know, that Chasdaya bin Shaprut and other Jews were able to thrive and do so well and attain such high position. Certainly not the norm. Certainly not the norm in the Arab world, despite what you hear in the popular media, even in academia today about, you know, the golden age of tolerance. Absolutely untrue. Yeah, compared to Christian Europe, it might have been somewhat better, but that doesn't mean it was good for the Jew. Absolutely not. There were regular pogroms, persecutions, severe oppression, you know, oppressive taxation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So
I think we have time for one more. Well, we'll do two more.
Okay, last one, can we get a copy or listen to it on the internet? This was a very, very interesting and influential presentation. We want to put it on the internet.
I'm happy to make the paper available. For everything I said, I have copious references. You know, yeah, and I'm happy to email the paper, you know, today to anyone who wants it, because in my footnotes, I don't just give the written references, but I have links there too to, you know, I talked about Mahmoud Abbas claiming that Palestinians descend from the Philistines or the Canaanites, or, you know, promoting the Khazar theory. You know, I have links to the video clips. So if anyone is interested and wants that now, I'm happy to email my paper. Yeah, that's...
Last.
Reference to the Khazar theory. I'm familiar with your research. The question is, what about, or how do you justify the Khazari, which Yehuda Halevi apparently wrote to them, to the Khazar king, right?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Khazari. In other words, Khazari was intended as a savior to the Khazar kingdom.
You're talking about Judah Halevi's book?
Yes, correct.
Right, that, well, it was most scholars would agree it was a fictitious setting for a theologically polemical work to demonstrate the superiority of Judaism. I mean, this notion of a Khazar kingdom in his day, of a Jewish Khazar kingdom, it was, I mean, Chasdaya bin Shaprut heard of it. That's why, according to Ben Chalkal, he actually traveled there, though he left us no records about having found any kind of Jewish kingdom. I mean, so this sort of fanciful mythological rumor had reached the ears, obviously, of Jewish people elsewhere in the Middle East, including Yehuda Halevi, and formed, I mean, a perfect sort of mold for what he wanted to write and discuss in that book. But most scholars would agree it's not based on any historical truth. It's a fictitious framework to present the truth of Judaism's superiority compared to the other options. Yeah.
One more.
How does Islamic theology square the fact that the Quran says that Allah promised this land to Jews versus what you said about once they conquered land, it's theirs?
Right. Well, obviously, they have to explain that statement away. I mean, there's always a way to explain things away, obviously, that you don't like or agree with. And I mean, the simple answer would be that originally he gave it to them, but it was temporary. They lost it because, you know, of their behavior or whatever other evils that the Muslim theologians ascribe to the Jews. So it was originally, you know, ordained for them, but they lost their right to it.
So then the Quran is not an eternal document. The Quran itself is changeable.
Well, they would say, and as they say about so many verses in the Quran, some applied for a time and others, you know, pick it up thereafter. You know, some are from this period in Medina, others are from the Mecca period. You know, some are giving eternal prescripts and, you know, theological dogmas, others are temporary. So yeah, that particular statement of God was superseded. Sure. I mean, my forte, again, I did the research I did for this paper, but my forte is not Islamic commentary. I'm just giving you sort of a general answer. There might be other nuanced ways they explain that, but my focus is in medieval Jewish commentary, Judeo-Arabic commentary, so I only have so much time and brain power to give these days. But yeah.
Thank you. That was phenomenal, I have to say, and you've just given us so much material that we can work with and use, and many of us, I think, work at a more kind of grassroots level on some of this information, but to have it put together in such an academically rigorous way is really helpful for those of us who are kind of more involved in advocacy in various ways, or even just talking to people. So thank you so much. You get to have the other copy of my book that we have with us. But I just wanted to tell everybody that all of the material today will end up online. All the videos we publish, the papers will be published, and we're working towards discussing putting together a journal of some of this amazing content that we're gathering here. So don't worry, if you didn't catch something, it will be recorded, and I'll hand it to Professor Wayne, Emeritus Professor Wayne.
Emeritus Professor. Okay. We're running just a few minutes early, and so it's, according to the computers here, 1:52 because it's in a different time zone. The other one says 10:52. So we'll meet back here at 20 after whatever hour it actually really is, which will give us just a few minutes of flexibility later on if we need them. Please stretch your legs, have some coffee or something else to refresh yourselves with, and we'll see you in a half hour. No idea.
So do you have your doctorate already? What are you studying? Well, I've submitted my dissertation. It's like many members people. It's like three universities has this setting. That's maybe my dissertation. And I was going to write like a short chapter projecting on the documents of Israelites also shares sources. We're very
We're actually doing okay time-wise now.
It's not starting to look.
Yeah, we've got, I mean, we're ahead of time, so we're doing okay. And
yeah, Jeremiah. And so hopefully
took mistakes, but I didn't. Well, that one, I fell in love with Israel as a woman I married as a It's also first love of the country and then loving a woman. It's like a love affair. So it's plenty of really different ways
Be my guest. Like it.
not and they're managing the basic level of care is being extended by the government. So, I'm an employee. Most of those
Okay.
which is against the government, goes to the health. So I'm an employee or something.
All right. We had a good cup of tea. Everyone refreshed. Coming back in, ready for our next session. In the next session of the morning, we're shifting focus a little, but it's going to be very rich. So is everyone back in? Shall I start introducing our next guest? Levi, how many people are still out there?
I'll look. Only a couple.
Only a couple. Okay. Well, let's get into it. We're actually running a little bit ahead of time, so we're doing well. So it's my honour to introduce our next speaker, who is Dr. Charles Asher Small. He's the founding executive director of the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy. He's currently a senior research fellow at the Moshe Dayan Center for Middle East and African Studies at Tel Aviv University and the Goldman Fellow at the School of Political Science, Government and International Affairs at Tel Aviv University. He will also be a visiting academic and senior member of St. Anthony's College, Oxford University. Charles was the Corey Distinguished Fellow at the Hoover Institute, Stanford University, and founding director of the Yale Initiative for the Interdisciplinary Study of Anti-Semitism, the first interdisciplinary research centre on anti-Semitism at a North American university. And I won't carry on because the list is too long, but already you see that it's a great privilege for us to have Dr. Charles with us today. And I'm also very proud that they have sponsored us today as well. So just want to mention that. Yeah, thank you. Keep us back for that. And we welcome you to the stage.
Just trying to find my notes. Sorry, okay. And so Sherry, thank you so much for having me as a speaker. I'm honored to be here. And I know that the ISGAP team is honored to, play a small part in sponsoring this very important initiative and work that you're doing here. So the honor is ours. So thank you. Thanks for all you're doing. So I'm going to speak about issues of Jewish identity in sort of the post-colonial intellectual context. And I want to start, first of all, I want to say hello to my friend Danny Ashkenazi. We grew up on the same street in Montreal back in the day, so he's here, which is nice to see him. And he's been living here. We made Aliyah around the same time, but Danny stayed, and I've been running since. So one day I'll come back, God willing. I also want to start, Danny and I had a friend, a mentor, Professor Shengia Raghavan, who came to Montreal as a refugee from South Africa. And Shengia was one of the founders of the Black Consciousness movement in South Africa and played a key role in sort of mentoring me. Shengia was eventually, after being arrested and tortured and under house arrest in the apartheid regime for resisting apartheid, not the fictitious apartheid, but really resisting the apartheid system. He was eventually sent into exile, where he ended up doing his studies in Oxford in the UK, and married an American Jewish woman. They moved to Canada, and he got refugee status in Canada. And we met. I was active in human rights, including Indigenous issues, and I met him through that. And then through him, became involved in the anti-apartheid movement. And I became, with his mentorship, became the chairperson of the African National Congress Solidarity Committee, and learned so much about Indigenous issues and fighting racism and structures of racism, global structures of racism, with him, through him. And I remember I was telling the story with Danny, one of the first times I met him, and we were, from the suburbs of Montreal, not the fancy part of the city. Shengia looked towards me one day and he said, you should go to Oxford one day. And my reaction was, I actually literally looked behind me because I thought he must have been speaking to somebody else. But he had the patience and took me to the library at McGill University. There was a scholarship section, and I didn't even know what a scholarship was, literally. And through his mentorship, I ended up going to study at the University of London and then later Oxford. And he was really a mentor to myself and so many people. And just a few days ago, he passed away. He returned to South Africa 24 years ago. And at the age of 94, passed away a few days ago. So I think, in a sense, as scholars, as kind of leaders in our communities, among our peoples, I remember when Shengia got me these scholarships and mentored me and opened a whole new world to me, I was so grateful. And the only thing he said to me, what you have to do now, you have to do the same to other people, to give back, to mentor, to help, especially young people from backgrounds that may not necessarily have access to the institutions that we have. And I also remember, which is also, I guess, inspiring to me, I remember, so, I don't know, we were lower middle class Canadians, and I got accepted to Oxford, and I told Shengia, I'll never be able to go. It's a lot of money. How can I go? And Shengia told me, he was cutting sugarcane in a sugarcane plantation. He owned his first pair of shoes at 31 years old. And he said that if I can go to Oxford with my background, you'll find a way to go. And sure enough, he did. I did. So anyway, so I'm here and I'm thinking, I guess, in his memory that we're all of us have stories where we're, I don't know, we're put on other people's shoulders to get where we go, and we should never forget where we come from as we move forward. And I know that people in this room have a deep consciousness to where they come from and to struggle for the rights of their people. And I think the struggle for the rights of Indigenous peoples really needs to be, in this sort of age of globalization and neoliberalism, really needs to be at the forefront of people who truly care about human rights and human dignity. So in light of all this, I'm really honored, deeply honored to be here for Sherry and your organization, and for people like Shengia and others who have influenced me, and I'm sure many of you have influenced by your mentors. And it's appropriate in terms of what Shengia represented, not only as a mentor, but he was actually one of the founders of the Black Consciousness movement in South Africa. He conscientized, using the language of the struggle, Stephen Biko, who became the leader of the Black Consciousness movement. And in a sense, the Black Consciousness movement, I think, apropos of what we are struggling with now among our peoples in 2025, is really appropriate. Because what the Black Consciousness movement did was rejected the racist categories that were placed on the peoples of Southern Africa. And in a sense, the apartheid colonial racist system defined people as white and as black. And white was, as we know, was superior, and black was perceived as inferior. And this notion of inferiority and superiority really cut to the very core of Western civilization, in our theology, and even in our language, in our perceptions of people. It cut deep. And what the Black Consciousness movement did was reject these categories. Because once you define somebody as black, inferior, you devoid all of their culture. You take everything that has meaning away from them. They're no longer Xhosa, they're no longer Zulu, they no longer have a cosmology, they no longer have a religious world or universal view. They're black and they're inferior. You take all the substance out of their identities. So what Stephen Biko and Shengia Ragavan and the Black Consciousness movement did was reject the racialized categories of this reality and turned back to their cosmology, their connection to their land, their ethics, their values. And they taught their people to take pride in the incredible cultures and wisdom that existed for thousands of years, and reconnected young people to their cultural identities and their wisdom and their teachings, and set aside the European categories that took away all of their meaning. And what we're doing actually at ISGAP, at the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy, one of our projects, we have about 83 research fellows from around the world, and we do programming. We train professors at Oxford and in the UK, and we have a small research center at Cambridge University, at the Wolf Institute, and at St. Edmund's College. We have various programs, and I'll talk about another major research project we're doing. But one of the projects we're doing, apropos of Professor Ragavan and the Black Consciousness movement, is we have a program called Jewish Consciousness that takes instruction from the South African experience and takes the amazing wisdom and ethics and morality and teachings of Judaism and teaches it to young people. Because if you think about it, the enemies of Israel, the enemies of the Jewish people, the enemies of indigenous cultures around the world, once again are defining my people. So just stop for a second. The irrationality of anti-Semitism, of racism, the irrationality of European anti-Semitism, and we have to remember that anti-Semitism is a European notion. Yes, there's Jew hatred around the world. Yes, there's been instances of discrimination against Jewish people in the Islamic world, in the Islamic teachings, one could argue. But anti-Semitism is a notion, as Robert Wistrich and other writers on anti-Semitism really trace it to Europe. And there's different phases of anti-Semitism, and I'll speak about it in a moment. But the Nazis, importantly, come out of the most sophisticated, high caliber, top cultural nation in the world, Germany, the most advanced, we were taught, and we're still taught. And the best professors at the best universities, the best professors of biology, the best professors of eugenics and theology, taught in their classes in Germany and then later in other parts of Europe that the Jews were the wrong race. The Semitic people were poisoning the purity of the white Aryan nation and race. And through the protocols of the Elders of Zion and the teaching of racial ideologies from philosophy, von Herder, one of the most important thinkers, intellectuals when it comes to the notion of multiculturalism, born in Canada, Charles Taylor, Will Cumlicka, uses the philosophy of von Herder. And von Herder taught that race was something that was innate, that it cuts to the core. You can learn many languages, you can master classical music, you can master the New Testament and culture and philosophy, but your racialized identities were at the very core of your being. You can't convert your race, they were innate. This is the teachings of the best philosophers in Europe, the best theologians in Europe. So the Jews were defined as not white and poisoning the purity of the white Aryan race. And this insanity, this immorality, leads to the Holocaust. Because to save the white Aryan nation and race, you had to eliminate those of us that were poisoning the purity. And this racist anti-Semitism leads to the systematic removal of the Jewish people from society and their extermination. Fast forward less than 2 generations, and the great intellectuals, philosophers, professors of religion, of the social sciences and the Middle East studies are now teaching that Jews are white. Wonderful. And you would think, if we're white, that maybe these ethical masters of knowledge would say, we're so sorry for our mistakes, so very sorry for what happened with the Shoah and the Holocaust, but now, welcome to the club. You're also white. But no. In less than 2 generations, the greatest minds in Oxbridge, in the Ivy Leagues, at the Sorbonne, in the best theological centers, progressive theological centers around the world, the Jews have become white, and we've embodied white supremacy, colonialism, apartheid, occupation, and genocide. Pretty good. But this points to the irrationality, the immorality that cuts to the very core of Western education in 2025. That in less than 2 generations are the enemies of not only the Jewish people, but the enemies of morality and of ethics and of rational thought can now blame the Jew for being colonialists and occupiers in the land that, if you read history, you know the connection of the Jewish people to this land. If you read the New Testament, you know the connection to this land. It's profound if you're Christian. After all, the notion of Jesus was a Jewish man, from here. And if you read the Quran, 47 times the Quran refers to the children of Israel. And yet, the Judith Butlers, the Edward Saids, the progressive intellectuals, the liberation theologists, they have a new reality. And what we're doing with Jewish consciousness in ISGAP is teaching the wisdom and the culture and the ethics of Judaism to young Jewish people. That we have to, it's incumbent upon us, that we have this incredible legacy of wisdom, of a living wisdom and culture. We're so blessed. And I know many people who have been colonized and exiled and victims of genocide over the last 400 or 500 years, don't have access to their language and their culture or struggle to recover it because of the brutality of the racist European colonial experience. And yet the Jewish people, and I'm blessed, I have an iPhone, I can hear the sages, the commentaries, the Talmud, the oral tradition. I can access it wherever I am. Thousands of years of knowledge and wisdom. So what we're trying to do with young students who are at the most prestigious universities in the Western world, where the professors teach them in the classroom at the best universities, that they are white supremacists, that they are occupiers, that they're apartheid supporters, that they need to be resisted by all means necessary from the river to the sea, globalize the intifada, in the classrooms at the best universities. So the pressure on young people is profound, on young Jewish people it's profound. Then of course from the classroom they go to the encampments, and in the encampments and on the campus environment, you have people like SJP, Organizations Students for Justice in Palestine, that came out of AMP, American Muslims for Palestine, which is the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood. SJP is connected to the Muslim Brotherhood. So from the classroom to the campus environment, young Jewish kids in Europe and North America and other parts of the world, in Australia, are having a difficult time. And the enemies of Jews, the enemies, and I don't use that word loosely, the enemies of the Jewish people are teaching young Jews to define themselves. Our enemies are defining the Jewish people. And make no mistake about it. The enemies of the Jewish people at the best universities in the Western world are teaching Jews who they are. And tragically, if young Jewish kids are disconnected from their culture and from the wisdom of Judaism, many of them are buying it. Not easy. It's not easy to be a young Jewish kid in these environments. But what we're doing with Jewish consciousness is allowing young, smart Jewish kids to explore their own cultural identity, defined by Jewish wisdom and Jewish culture and Jewish teachings, and to understand Jewish ethics in the face of this onslaught and this reemergence of anti-Semitism or Jew hatred. So that's one of our projects. And I referred to the Muslim Brotherhood. Do people know about the Muslim Brotherhood here? Many people do. Good. So just very briefly then, the Brotherhood, as you know, is a social movement that begins 100 years ago in Egypt. It's a reactionary social movement that, in my view and the view of many Muslim intellectual scholars, it takes the great religion of Islam, I would say a perversion of the great religion of Islam, and fuses it with European anti-Semitism and even Nazism. And this is the Brotherhood. And it takes the protocols of the Elders of Zion, as Professor Elie Wiesel taught, and he was the founding president of ISGAP. It was an incredible honor to know him, one of my mentors. He always taught that the Holocaust did not begin with the crematoriums and the railroad tracks. It began with words and ideas. And the words and ideas that led to the extermination of the Jewish people was based in the protocols of the elders of Zion, lies about Jewish conspiracies of power and the like. The Brotherhood takes the protocols of the elders of Zion and anti-Semitism, European anti-Semitism, and Nazism, fuses it with this perversion of Islam, and the anti-Semitism is at the very core of its ideology. It's not the rantings and ravings of the military wing or the extremist wing or the militant wing. It's the raison d'etre of the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood is the core, is the foundation, it's the roots of radical political Islam and all of its offshoots, from Wahhabism to ISIS and Daesh, and even into the Islamic Shiite regime of Iran, although it's Shiite and the Sunnis and the Shiites disagree on many issues, but the leaders of the Iranian revolutionary regime took the teachings of the Muslim Brotherhood and fused it with Shiite Islam and played a key role in the Iranian Revolution, and it plays a key role in the revolutionary ideology of the regime to this day. According to radical political Islam, a Jew, a non-Muslim, cannot be equal to a Muslim. A man cannot be equal to a woman. Gay people cannot exist. Religious minorities could potentially be protected. Dhimmis, lower than the Muslim. The Jewish people in our land are the only non-Muslims to have self-determination in this region. There's no other group that has self-determination in this space. According to the Muslim Brotherhood, if the Israeli government ceded all of its land and said, we'll just keep Tel Aviv as the city-state of the Jewish people, and in this space, in this city of Tel Aviv, Muslims and Christians and Jews would be equal, and men and women would be equal, it would not be acceptable. The Muslim has to be higher. So the self-determination of the Jewish people here cuts to the very core of this ideology, of the Muslim Brotherhood ideology. There's no rapprochement. The Muslim Brotherhood and its teachings believe that Jews come from the urine of donkeys, that we emerge from apes and pigs, that we are the cause of all evil in the world. They take Nazism and the protocols as a core part of their twisted ideology. Emmanuel Levinas, the great Jewish philosopher, and I think I mentioned this last year and I'll mention it again, incredible thinker, he said two things that sort of sticks with me, profound things, based on the Pirkei Avot, based on the Talmudic teachings of the ethics of our fathers. And he said two things. And this, to me, is profound. And it is profound. In Jewish ethics, we need the other to be human. We don't believe in tolerance. We believe in humility. We believe that we're all created in the image of God. And Levinas states that the moment we see our face in the face of the other, the moment we see our face in the face of the other is the instant we become human. We need the other to be human. This is not charity. It's not tolerance. So imagine if I'm sexist. I've eliminated half of my capacity, half of my opportunities to be a human being. If I'm racist against Africans, I've eliminated over 1 billion possibilities for me to be human. I need the other to be human. This is Jewish teachings. We all come from one creator. We need to connect, to be human. The second thing that Levinas goes on to say as well, is that when you're facing a social, political, or ideological movement that does not perceive the other as completely and fully human, with all the dignity connected to the notion that we're created in the image of God. If there's a social movement that does not perceive the other as human, as completely human, there's no negotiations, there's no compromise. You eliminate it. This is Jewish ethics. You fight it and eliminate it. So on the one hand, profound recognition, and on the other hand, you fight to defend the notion of human dignity, that we're all created from the same source. Profound. So when it comes to the Muslim Brotherhood, Yosef Kawadawi, the spiritual head of the Muslim Brotherhood, preached his entire life that the true believer, the true Muslim, is obligated to complete the work of Hitler. This is consistent with the core element of the Brotherhood. It's not the military wing, it's not the extremist wing, it's the raison d'etre. Yosef Kawadawi, who was the spiritual head of the Brotherhood for decades, was one of the key founders of Islamic studies at my alma mater, where my mentor Shengi Raghavan sent me, of Oxford University. Kawadawi was invited by the British establishment with the Muslim Brotherhood to establish centers of Islamic studies at Oxford and throughout the United Kingdom. Imagine the most important Islamic studies department in Europe, funded by a guy and a movement, an ideology that said that we need to complete the work of Hitler if you're a true Muslim. This is what the British establishment brought into the United Kingdom. But why? Why would they do that? Because for 50 years, the Muslim Brotherhood, first through the Saudis and now by the Qataris, have infiltrated Western Europe and North America. At our best universities, in the media, in our cultural institutions. At ISGAP, we have a project called Follow the Money. In our project, we found, and if we have a great team, but if we found this, it's the tip of the iceberg. We found $100 billion, with a B, dollars, going from Qatar to American universities. Qatar has a spiritual oath. In Islam, it's called a bayah. In Hebrew, a bayah means something else. Maybe it's also appropriate. But a bayah is a spiritual oath in Islam. The Qatari regime has a spiritual oath to the Muslim Brotherhood. They follow all the religious edicts, rulings, and fatwas of the Brotherhood. The Qataris, good friends of the Trump administration, good friends of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, close to the King of England and the British government and the French government and the Canadian government, is giving, on behalf of the Muslim Brotherhood, billions, many billions of dollars, using soft power to influence our education system. And if we take a step back, and I want to leave time for Q&A, and I don't want to talk too long. How much time? I have a few more minutes. That the use of soft power, if you take a step back, and we can see how the infiltration of the soft power into our institutions of higher education has had such an effect. So you have characters like Edward Said, who's sort of a godfather of this sort of post-colonial movement. And in 1983, Edward Said said that he's the last remaining Jewish intellectual. And what did he mean by that? What he meant was that he was the inheritor to the Frankfurt School of Thought. The Frankfurt School of Thought was a very important philosophical movement established by Holocaust, mostly Jewish Holocaust survivors, German Jewish Holocaust survivors who made it to the United States. Said goes on to say that Jewish professors in America became fat scribes in the suburbs. He was the last remaining Jewish intellectual. The Palestinians were the Jews, and the Jews were the Nazis. When he said this in 1983, most people thought he had a bad day, or he was disconnected from reality, or there was something odd. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the discourse. This is the discourse of the best universities in the world, to the point where Judith Butler, a Jewish, queer woman with a professional career, she goes out of her home unaccompanied by a male member of her family, right, because she's a liberated Western woman, illegal in the Islamist world. She, to this day, after October the 7th, reconfirms her notion, her belief that Hamas and Hezbollah, offshoots of the Brotherhood, Hamas is the Palestinian chapter of the Muslim Brotherhood, need to be understood and perceived as part of the progressive global left. Butler is a very important figure, an intellectual figure. But this is the zeitgeist of much of the discourse at our best universities. So, and I was at a teach-in 2 weeks after, less than 2 weeks, 10 days after October the 7th, 2023, at Columbia University, where professors of gender studies, of social theory, of philosophy, of sociology, these professors with their PhD students had a teach-in on the resistance to the occupation. And it was a day I'll never forget as long as I live. You had masters of the literature. You had some of the best professors in the world at one of the best universities in the world, and their students using the most sophisticated philosophical language of our time, masters of the literature. And they were arguing basically that the violence in Israel, the violence in the region will only stop when the occupation ends. And that we had professors of gender studies justifying the brutal mutilation of men and women, sexual mutilation of men and women here because they were occupiers. And that resistance by all means was justified, including the torture. These are Western professors at New York City, Columbia University. And this is at the most sophisticated level, arguing for the violent destruction of the state of Israel. And they went on to say that anybody who supports the occupation needs to be resisted by all means, i.e. violence. In other words, professors and doctoral students at Columbia were calling for violence and the murder of their fellow colleagues, professors, students, and staff members who believe in the self-determination of the Jewish people in our land. Less than 2 generations after the great intellectuals justified the racial purity of the white Aryan people and the demise of the Jewish people to save the racial purity, the intellectual clowns were once again at it. They're at it. Funded by the Muslim Brotherhood. And the Qataris and the Muslim Brotherhood knows that if you fund higher education, and now they're starting to fund K through 12 education and the media, you influence society. It takes time, but you can see from the classroom to the encampment to the streets. And perhaps in a few hours, we'll know if one of these SJP organizers, a young man who created SJP at Bowdoin College, a nice liberal arts college, whose father is a professor at Columbia University, whose father also in this sort of red-green alliance, we have this sort of the extreme left and the extreme Islamists working together to destroy Western hegemony and Christianity and Judaism. His father brought into Columbia by Said, who argued that what I'd call a suicide bomber is actually a warrior and needs to be treated as a soldier of war. As Professor Mamdani, his son, who established SJP at Bowdoin College, and I told you earlier, SJP comes out of AMP, which is the Muslim Brotherhood. But we're ignorant in the West, and we don't understand what the Muslim Brotherhood is, and we don't understand the Red-Green Alliance. This young, charming, articulate, smart, charismatic kid that started SJP at Bowdoin College, perhaps at the end of the day today, will be the mayor of New York. The mayor of New York. And you talk about the perception of Jewish power. New York was a Jewish city. And if you pierce this image of Jewish power, the repercussions, in my humble opinion, will be significant. And I assure you, what the Brotherhood does, they're masters at strategy. The Muslim Brotherhood speaks our languages, they know our culture, they know our political culture, they know our history, they go to our best universities, they're masters. And we in the West have no clue. We don't speak Arabic, we don't study the Islamic teachings, and liberal intellectuals in the West think that if we're nice, they'll change. But they have a strategic goal, and their goal is to destroy democracy, to murder Jewish people, and to really create a global caliphate. This is their goal. So we need to understand the minds of our enemy. And in their strategy, they know when to take a step back and they know when to take 2 steps forward. And I think if Mamdani wins today, I believe that the infrastructure, the Muslim Brotherhood infrastructure in the United States will become much more aggressive. And as Elie Wiesel also said, anti-Semitism is not a Jewish problem. It's not an Israeli problem, although at some level it is. But what Elie Wiesel always taught is that anti-Semitism begins with the Jews, but it never ends with the Jews. That once this form of hatred is unleashed, it knows no bounds. And this is the challenge of our day. So I'll stop here. On our websites, we have all of our reports. We've come out with 16 reports since October 2023, dealing with these issues. So you're very welcome to that, and I'd be happy to speak afterwards. But we have, I think, about 10 more minutes for Q&A, so I'd like to open it up a bit. Thank you.
Thank you for everything and for all your research. I've been hearing about this follow the money stuff, and so my questions are, one, how did it happen that $100 billion were received and no one questioned it? And two, now that we know this, can or is anything happening about that?
So great question. So how can it happen? Again, the Brotherhood understands the mind of their enemy. They know our culture, they know our language, they know our institutional behavior, and they want to influence the West.
But how do we notice and stop it or question it?
So I got lucky. I got to these good universities. I went to McGill, University of London, Oxford. I went back to the University of Montreal, studying politics and philosophy. I kind of heard about the Muslim Brotherhood, but I never studied them. And I went to some of the best departments at the best universities in the world. So how many of us actually studied the Brotherhood? I came to it by mistake later, by mistake. So we're not so aware of the goals. We're on November the 19th in Washington, D.C., in the Congress. We're having a major international conference on the Brotherhood. We're now pushing to ban the Brotherhood, and I believe we're getting traction. So we uncovered, it's called The Project, and we're going to publish it on the 19th of November. The Project looks at the strategic goals of the Muslim Brotherhood. And I've been studying the Muslim Brotherhood since 1996. And I only became really deeply aware of this about 4 or 5 years ago. So the strategic goals of the Muslim Brotherhood is to move Israel away from the West, to alienate it, to weaken it, to destroy it, to replace it with an Islamic caliphate, because you can't have non-Muslims with self-determination here, never mind a democracy. So to destroy Israel, the little Satan, and get this, to take anti-Semitism as a way to weaken and fragment the West, in particular the United States, to use anti-Semitism to destroy the great Satan. This is their strategic goal 40 years ago. And I'm the expert scholar. I kind of stumbled into this 4 or 5 years ago. Right? So their strategic goals are clear. They've mastered our political system. The Brotherhood, first through the Saudis, now through the Qataris, are using soft power to have an impact, and they are. So this is sort of their strategic goals. So we're trying to raise awareness of the strategic goals and the tremendous success that they're having. On the positive side, about a year plus, I decided after October the 7th, 2023, that the world changed. People tried to ban the Muslim Brotherhood in Western democratic countries, in the United States in particular, with no success. And there's all sorts of reasons. First Amendment, political freedom, there's a list of things. It's difficult to ban political organizations in the United States and in other democratic countries. But in my mind, in October the 7th, American citizens were kidnapped and murdered by the Muslim Brotherhood. Hamas is the Muslim Brotherhood chapter. And in universities in the United States and other democratic countries, SJP, which is connected to the Muslim Brotherhood, are damaging property, are having illegal activity, are causing violence and harming people. So the fight against the Brotherhood is now not only in the Middle East and far away, it's in our streets, it's in our institutions. The NYPD, the LAPD, the Toronto Police, the Ottawa Police, the London Police are literally dealing with these characters on the front line in real time, in person. And I thought this is a shift, that we can now say we have to do it because it's happening here. And I had a lot of arguments with my colleagues who are tremendous and they're experts, and I sort of prevailed. The people were annoyed with me, but I prevailed. And we had a big conference in May, and to everybody's surprise, it went really well. It was in the Senate in the United States, and there's traction. And I'm a bit of a pessimist, but I'm becoming cautiously optimistic that there's awareness in Western countries and something has to be done. Because the Muslim Brotherhood wants to destroy democracy. It wants to destroy the notion that we're all equal under one legal system, that men and women, straight people, gay people, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, whatever religion, whatever your income, in democracies, we're supposed to be equal under one legal system. And the Brotherhood wants to destroy it. And this is an affront to our basic human rights and to basic democratic principles. And I believe that somehow we will prevail. And I think there's going to be laws starting to ban the Brotherhood. I'm cautiously optimistic, but we'll know soon.
Thank you for an incredibly eye-opening and just amazing presentation, and very depressing. Given from the 7th of October, one of the things that I think everybody in Israel agrees on is that our PR, our hasbara, has been just nowhere. Please tell us that you're working closely with the Israeli government to change that.
First of all, don't be depressed. I'll tell you why. Because when you hear this type of presentation, what we did at ISGAP, which we have an amazing team of experts on the Brotherhood, experts on anti-Semitism, experts on on terror financing and forensic accounting. We have an amazing team, a PR team that does strategic PR. It doesn't promote ISGAP, but the fact that I'm sure most of you heard about Qatar and foreign funding comes out of an amazing strategic public relations team that made it an issue that people are speaking about. So we've done incredible things, and in the sense, what's the most important is that we've looked at one of the structural causes of anti-Semitism. And if we're doing a strategic plan to combat anti-Semitism, we have to know what the causes are. And we found a major cause. There's other causes, but we found the cause. And once you understand the cause of a problem, then, in my view, you can develop strategic methods and ways forward to fight efficiently. If we don't know what the cause is, we don't know what's causing our problem, what's causing the disease, all we'll do is take aspirin and we'll never address the root cause. So now I think we're beginning to address one of the root causes of the problem. So it shouldn't be depressing. It's challenging. It's sometimes daunting. But I really believe with Jewish tzechel and insight that if the Israeli army could be victorious over in the kinetic war over militaries that are 100 times the size of the IDF and do it well, with a little bit of Jewish thinking and thought and wisdom and defending our right to be. And we're talking now about the 8th front. There's 7 kinetic war fronts. The 8th front, the propaganda, the infiltrating into education, into the media by the Muslim Brotherhood is the 8th front. And it's a war. It's a war against the Jewish people. And I'm saying that in the most severe sense of the word I can. It's a war against the Jewish people. What's happening in Columbia and Harvard and Oxford and the Sorbonne is at the tip of the spear of a war against the Jewish people and a war against democratic principles. And once, it's daunting, but I think once we know with Jewish thought and wisdom and creativity, we'll put up a hell of a good fight, because we're not going to take this. Look, I think there's all sorts of, now that people are becoming aware of the situation, there's all kinds of groups and programs and initiatives that are starting to fight back. And once we get, I think they're waking up the lion of Zion, as they say. Once the lion's awoken, we'll put up a damn good fight.
One more question. So my question is, so based on all the information that you've given to us, what is one thing that each of us can do that can help to fight this battle? What can we do in our own nations in order to help?
It's a great question. I'll start, I think also it has to go, both ways. I'm working with Benjamin Chavis, I don't know, he's the former head of the NAACP. There's a group of us also fighting issues of racism in the United States, and we're addressing indigenous issues. It has to go all around. We have to fight for justice of all peoples. I think that, and I don't say that lightly. I mean that very sincerely. So I appreciate your question. Are you from the United States, or? Yes. Okay. So look, I know it's not easy to stand up in the wake of this sort of propaganda war against the Jewish people. I think what we can do is refer to the history books, to the Quran, to the New Testament, to the Torah. It's clear where the Jews come from. My name is in Canada we have 2 names. I had a British name, Charles Arthur Small, and my Hebrew name is Asher Aaron Ben Nachman. I'm a Levi. I know where I'm from. My name's, we know where we're from. And I think if you tell people in your communities just to go to their sources and to see that there's propaganda and there's lies, and it's very attractive, and and social media makes it even more difficult to find the truth. But we have to find the truth, fight for the truth, and we have to stop the hatred, because, as I said earlier, as Elie Wiesel said, that anti-Semitism is not just a parochial problem for the Jewish people. We know from history that once this ugly virus of hate is, unleashed, it knows no boundaries. So I spoke about the radical left and political Islam. The radical right in the United States, which is anti-Semitic and racist and horrific, is also emerging as a serious threat to stability and human decency. And a lot of these marginalized people are armed and dangerous, and people like Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and others are really starting to fan the flames of violence. So the democratic center is being attacked, and I think we all have to come together to protect and defend each other and our democratic values and principles. So I'll end there. I see the time's up. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And on that note, and talking about being proactive and defending the values that we all believe in, here. It's my pleasure to welcome Nova Perez, who I'm sure will be known to many of you. Nova Perez is an Olympic gold medalist, a dual Olympian and international sports representative, a former federal senator for the Northern Territory. She's a mother, a grandmother, a proud Aboriginal woman of Yaouru, Lunga Kita and Bunichi Gagaju descent. I'm sorry if I messed that up pronunciation. A trailblazer in sport, politics and social justice, she's dedicated her life to building bridges of understanding and advancing equality for Indigenous Australians within her own foundation, the Nova Perez Foundation, and she's been a staunch advocate for the Jewish people, particularly in the last years with this horrendous outpouring of hate. And she's from Australia, of course, from Australia. So let's welcome Nova Perez.
Thank you very much, Sheree. I've written a speech to read out to you today. Shalom, my brothers and sisters. My name is Nova Perez, and I stand before you today as a proud Yaru, Lunga Gija, and Bunich Gagaju woman. These are my tribes, my lineages, and I speak to you today as an Aboriginal woman from Australia, as a First Nations woman whose people have walked our continent for over 60,000 years. When I say that, I don't say it from arrogance, I say it from truth and from science, because our sovereignty has never been ceded. And that truth, that internal connection to land and spirit, is the same truth that lives in the heart of Jewish people, the Jewish people who have never ceded theirs. Two peoples, worlds apart, bound by ancient stories of survival, sovereignty, faith, and endurance. And I want to begin and say thank you to our hosts here in the sacred land of Israel. This is my third time walking this land, and every time I come back, I am reminded why I came here in the first place. I did not come for politics, I did not come for religion, but I came for truth, because truth recognises truth. When I stand on country back home in Arnhem Land, I stand on rock art that is tens of thousands of years old. I see the ochre handprints of my ancestors painted on cave walls before the pyramids were even built. And when I stand here in Jerusalem or in Beersheba, the Sea of Galilee, or on the top of Masada, I feel the same heartbeat on Mother Earth. This land too holds a peoples whose story of connection to land, to exile and return, or survival against all odds mirrors our own. The Jewish people's truth is written in stone, in scripture, in archaeology, in language, just like mine is written in ochre, in songline, in ceremony, and in country. That is why I came here, to honour that truth. I walk shoulder to shoulder with a people who, like my own, have had to fight simply to exist. Back home in Australia, we fought for truth through the courts, and in 1992, after 10 years of litigation in the High Court, a significant decision called the Mabo decision overturned the great Australian lie of terra nullius, that our land was empty upon colonisation in 1788. It took 10 long years, but a great, humble Indigenous man named Eddie Mabo, supported by Jewish barrister Ron Caston, to prove what we already knew, that our connection to land has never been broken. The High Court of Australia finally said, the friction by which the rights and interests of Indigenous inhabitants were treated as non-existent has no place in the law of this country. And that was a moment of truth, and science supported it. Archaeology supported it. The DNA and continuous culture proving we have been there for over 60,000 years. So sometimes when I hear even one of our own question that truth, it cuts deep, and it's come in recent times, because we can't come to the land of Israel where every stone cries out proof of an ancient people's connection and then deny the same truth of our own. We cannot stand here to honour Jewish truth and erase or change the Aboriginal truth. We are here to bring justice, not propaganda, to bring unity, not ego, to walk together and not tear each other down. We are here to honour truth in all its forms. The Aboriginal story and the Jewish story are not identical, but they rhyme, they have many similarities. For us Aboriginal people, Terra Nullius tried to erase us, land belonging to no one. It lasted 204 years. But for the Jewish people, the Romans did the same in 135 CE, when they crushed a revolt and renamed Judea to Syria Palestinia, trying to erase Jewish identity from their own homeland. Both lies failed because truth cannot be destroyed. We are both Indigenous peoples whose very existence exposes that lie. Our connection of Australia and the Jewish people runs deeper than most people realise. You see, on the 31st of October 1917, in World War I, the Australian Light Horsemen regiments carried out a charge at Beersheba. One of the most extraordinary moments in military history. 800 soldiers on their horses, all Australian, the Australian Light Horsemen. Among those riders were Aboriginal men. They were not even recognised as citizens in our own land, yet they rode bravely into battle in a foreign desert. They fought through the gunfire. They broke the Ottoman line. No rifles were raised, no bullets fired, just bayonets that gleamed into the sunset. They galloped for water, for life, for brotherhood. They knew through dust and fire, and their courage secured the wells that opened the road to Jerusalem. 31 Australian souls paid the price for Israel's freedom, their names now etched in sacrifice. 3 days later, the Balfour Declaration was issued, committing Britain to support a Jewish homeland. Aboriginal men had shed their blood in the same campaign that helped make Israel's rebirth possible. And it didn't end there. In September 1918, the 11th Light Horse Regiment, known as the Queensland Black Watch because of its many Indigenous troopers, fought at Shemak, near the Sea of Galilee, hand-to-hand in combat. 17 Australians killed, more than 60 wounded. Many of these Aboriginal soldiers' names never appeared in the records, but their courage is carved into Israel's memory. In 2019, at Shemak, near the Sea of Galilee, a statue was unveiled. An Aboriginal light horse man and his horse, inscribed with the words, "No greater love than this." When those men came home, they returned to an Australia, our country, that denied them the vote, denied them land, denied them recognition. But Israel remembered them with honour through immortalisation. When I visited that statue with our delegation earlier this year in June, I raised the Aboriginal flag beside it. That moment for us, it was healing. It was history speaking truth again. That bond between our peoples was reborn also in 1938 through one Aboriginal man called William Cooper. He was the Yorta Yorta elder in Victoria. When news reached Australia about Crystal Night, the night of broken glass, William Cooper led a small Aboriginal peoples to the German consulate in Melbourne. He carried a petition condemning the Nazi persecution. It was the only protest in the world at that time. He had no citizenship, no vote. Our people, his people, were dispossessed and oppressed. But he stood up for Jewish lives on the other side of the world. That petition was ignored then, but today his courage is honoured at Yad Vashem, the Holocaust memorial here in Jerusalem. William Cooper understood something timeless. When one oppressed people suffer, all oppressed people suffer. When one truth is denied, all truths are at risk. When I came here for the first time to Israel in March 2024, just 5 months after October 7, I visited Kibbutz Be'eri, only 2 kilometers from Gaza, where over 100 innocent lives were murdered and the smell of death still lingered. I met Jeffrey, an Australian Jew whose sister Galat was killed that day. I stood on the grounds of the Nova Music Festival where hundreds of joyful young people were massacred, and I wept uncontrollably. I forced myself to watch the raw 47-minute footage, not once but twice, where Hamas filmed themselves of their own atrocities. Children burned alive, women raped, families executed. It was not politics, that is not resistance, it is pure evil. And what broke my heart was seeing it celebrated in Gaza, on city streets, and even in parts of Australia. A poll later found that 72% of Palestinians supported the October 7 attacks. 72%. And Hamas leader Sinwar said, October 7 was just the rehearsal. We will repeat it again and again. When someone tells you who they are, believe them. So let us speak honestly. Since 2005, there have been no Israelis in Gaza. Israel withdrew, dismantled settlements, and even exhumed graves. The Palestinians had the chance to build something beautiful, hospitals, universities, farms, businesses. Instead, they elected Hamas. And Hamas built not schools, but tunnels, not peace, but terror. Over 500 kilometers of tunnels filled with weapons beneath homes and hospitals. They had a nation and they turned it into a fortress of hate. So when people call for a recognition of a Palestinian state, I ask, what did they do with the one that they already had? Israel fights not for conquest, but for survival, and it fights with more restraint than any army in history. Warning civilians, dropping leaflets, making calls before strikes. Yet Israel is condemned while Hamas, hiding behind civilians, is excused. The headlines twist the truth. Israel attacks Lebanon. Not Israel defends with retaliation against Hezbollah rockets. Or Israel strikes Qatar, not Israel targets Hamas leaders hiding in Qatar. Words matter, and we heard this from Dr. Charles, because every lie feeds anti-Semitism, the world's oldest hatred. Anti-Semitism changes its costumes, but it never dies. It once said Jews killed Christ, and then it said they caused the plague. Now it says that Jews are colonizers. But history, archaeology, and scripture tell the truth. The Jewish people are indigenous to the land of Israel. Their language, Hebrew, is over 4,000 years old. Their capital has always been Jerusalem. Their God has always been the God of Israel. They are not colonizers, they are home. And as an Aboriginal woman, I see that truth clearly, because our languages too tie us to the land and spirit. Without our language, we lose who we are. Without Hebrew, the Jewish people would lose their heartbeat. It is the same for us, Yaru, Gunich, Wunich Gagaju, or Yolngu. Our languages are sacred. They are the songlines of identity. That is why when I see Jews praying in Hebrew, I feel their kinship. It is the same as us singing in language on country, an act of survival and belonging. Look at what Israel has given to the world. Tikkun Olam, repairing the world. In medicine, breakthrough cancer treatments, vaccines, prosthetics, in agriculture, drip irrigation, water recycling that keep nations alive, in technology, ways, mobile eye, cybersecurity, protecting millions. In humanitarian aid, Israel filled hospitals among the first to arrive after earthquakes and disasters. 10 million people surrounded by enemies, yet you still give. Israel, you are a light to the nations. And back home, while Israel defends its survival, we in Australia still fight for recognition. We still wait for truth to be told while our government considers recognising a terror state. How can we reward terror abroad while justice at home remains undone? There is a place in Israel that always takes my breath away, Masada. After Jerusalem fell in 70 CE, nearly 1,000 Jews held out there for 2 years. When the Romans breached the walls, they found silence. The Israelites had chosen to choose their fate of freedom over enslavement. Masada fell once, but it rose as a symbol. To this day, Israeli soldiers take their oath there, receiving 2 things: a weapon to protect life and a Hebrew Bible to cherish it. The vow echoes through generations: Masada shall not fall again. That is the spirit I see here in Israel today. You stand tall through fire, through lies, through hate. And that is a spirit that we as Indigenous peoples must carry too. I stand here with immense gratitude to the Australian Jewish community who stood with my people. Ron Caston, who helped win our recognition in the High Court. Jeffrey Scher, who fought for land rights and won. Jim Spiegelman, who carried justice in the freedom rides. They stood for us, and now I stand for you. Because Aboriginal people know dispossession, Jewish people know it too. Both peoples know survival, both know resilience, both know truth. So today and forever, let us be brave like the light horseman, steadfast like William Cooper, and faithful like the Jewish people themselves. L'chaim, to life. Let us be the generation that heals, not harms, that lifts, not divides, that stands shoulder to shoulder, Indigenous and Jewish, in the eternal light of truth. When Indigenous people stand with the Jewish people, we stand for something far greater than politics. We stand for truth itself, the oldest, deepest truth on earth. That we are born from the land, and to the land we must always return. Am Israel High, the people of Israel live. Thank you, Shalom.
Well, it seems appropriate at this point that I will just gift to Nova. This is a pounamu, which is a special treasure taonga, we call it in Māori. You'll notice most Māori have one. It's very precious to us. And this particular one is called a toki, and it resembles courage and strength. And I just want to acknowledge and honour Nova for her courage in standing in Australia for the Jewish people, which is not easy. And I know that she gets a lot of pushback and a lot of hate, and she continues to stand bravely. So we honour you today. And
thank you.
Maybe I'll just put this over your head.
Put it over my,
adjust it.
put it over my big mug and David that I wear.
And do we have any questions? Are there any questions for Nova? We have time for, we've got 5, 6, 7 minutes for a quick, yes. Speak up, please.
Yeah, hi. My name's Olga Koshkondratsky. I was very moved by your talk, moved to tears. I wanted to ask you about changing minds and hearts. We've all encountered people who seem to have a very clear or negative view. And one of the challenges I think many of us have faced is how to pierce that negativity and to get people to see the truth. I wanted to ask you your experience over the past 2 years, if you've seen some people who came with negativity and then forward lives, and if you've seen them change their view and what you think contributed to that.
So I guess representing Australia in sport for 13 years, I endured racism then. And then going into politics, I had received death threats. You know, I was the first black woman in the Australian Parliament. Racism 2 to 3 times a week, every week, 52 weeks of the year for 3 years. So I've endured a lot of that in my lifetime. And it actually affects my husband, my mum. You know, when I left politics, her words were, "Oh, thank goodness for that. You are out. I'm so happy." Because it is a cruel world out there. And for me going into politics, I challenged the status quo, you know. And so when you challenge the status quo, you're always seen as a threat. As a single mother going in and playing hockey for Australia and doing all the things I did, I wasn't supposed to do that. So when you're breaking through barriers, people think it's some sort of magical thing without knowing the hard work and everything that goes into it. And I also, if people don't know the history of Aboriginal people, my mum, through the White Australia policy, through this racial segregation, because I'm not full-blood Aboriginal, I've got a bit of Scottish, Irish blood, Norwegian, Viking blood, a bit of Filipino, I'm just a chocolate or sort of whatever. But I don't know Scottish, Irish, Filipino, Norwegian. I just know how to be an Aboriginal woman. My feet always ground, and most of my family all live on our homelands. And, you know, they look after country. But my mum was stolen generation. So she went, it was like a mission, a reservation, if you're trying to compare it to America. So she was silenced. She was told being Aboriginal was bad, not allowed to speak your native tongue, and you're separated. So she spent 10 years of that, and she came out the other end. And the way that I was raised in life, like mum was 8 years old. When I was 9, I was watching the 1980 Moscow Olympics. I've just given away my age now. And I could dream. I could go to school, be educated, and sports and education was my freedom. And it gave me a platform to speak out. And so I've always been seen as someone, non-Indigenous people think I'm political. I'm just a truth speaker. And because my mum was silenced, and the history of Australia is a great shame, I used to always say, "Mum, that's not your history to be ashamed of. That's history that was imposed on you." So I speak truth, and with it, I understand, you know, for every action, there's a reaction. And for me, when I put a lot of my posts up, I don't attack the other side, or I'll share the atrocities, I'll share the pain that's been endured, but I always just take the moral high ground. And so many people, so many non-Jewish people, they'll private message me because it's too hard, it's seen as too dangerous to speak out. So that's the wind in my sail that I get, that I know that I'm cutting through. And I also, because my great-grandfather fought in World War II, he fought here in Syria, Lebanon, then in Kokoda and all the rest of it. And this is the thing too, like, we honour our fallen soldiers in Australia, and my country doesn't know war. The last time we had war was 1942. You know, when more bombs were dropped on my hometown of Darwin than there was more bombs dropped on Pearl Harbor. And yet people in Australia want to have an opinion on how the Jewish people should defend themselves, when we know nothing about war, you know? And we would expect our government to dismantle evil and to get our hostages back, exactly how Israel has done. And so for me, using my profile, and I cut through because I'm a notable Australian, and I just continue to speak truth. I call it out when our war memorials are defaced, our Australian flag is burned. You know, the Jewish people don't do that. They lift our nation up. They hold our flag high. They build our country up. You know, and The greatest war General Australia's ever had was Sir John Monash, a Jewish man. You know, I've walked Kokoda, where there's 8 Star of Davids at the Bomana Cemetery in Port Moresby. And one of those is this young boy called Joseph Rovkin. He changed his name to Joseph Rawkin to hide his Jewish identity. He came out to Australia when he was 2. He was a Polish Jew, but he enlisted in the Australian Army at the age of 15, went to Kokoda and died in battle 6 weeks later at the age of 16. And you can't tell me that where Jews have lived in the diaspora, they haven't want to have be part of the freedoms of that respective country. So how do I break through? I don't care. I just keep being me, you know? And if I speak truth and I post truth, you know? I was at the Dead Sea the other day and I did a little pic of me. Oh, guess where I am? There's 2 significant things behind me. It was the Dead Sea and there was Jordan. And who stood in Jordan and who led, you know? I do these little, what do you call it? Cryptic things. And it makes people think, oh yeah, my goodness, that's where Moses led the people out of Egypt, you know? I just keep breaking through. And it's like I tell my kids, don't like any of my stuff. Just let your mother be crazy and go back to Israel 4 months after the war in June. But I love this country. I love the Jewish people. What is unbelievable are the young Jewish people. Unbelievable. And I wish to God these self-entitled brats around the world that think they know history, they pick up a TikTok, oh, I'm going to do my research on whatever. Yet these young Jewish people have to bear arms to sustain their future. It is unbelievable. It truly is. So I hope that answered your question, Liz. I don't care. I just keep speaking the truth. Yeah.
We'll just take one more question from Norman.
No, but Morgan Barner from Cairns. I'm Indigenous from 3 tribes. Just a couple of questions. Someone that has been in government for the Labor government. I just want to ask you, what do you think of this government, the Labor government, knowing that you were hard with a couple of things when you mentioned about William Cooper. My wife Barbara Miller, who is the biographer of William Cooper, so knows the history of William Cooper, which also launched on country, and also Barbara's written a lot of stories as an historian on Holocaust survivors. But look, I think it's important to ask this question while we're in the land, because I, for one, as an Indigenous person, I'm having trouble with this government, the way that this government has acted. It's actually lost the faith of the Jewish people in Australia. The stories that I hear, the fear, some of them are thinking, well, what do they do, honestly? A lot of them are thinking, they want to leave Australia and come back to the land. And that's, I'm hearing it from an elder, a lot of older people. Now, in relation to what William Cooper done, we were actually here in 2010.
Can we just have your question, Norman?
When William Cooper was honoured at Yad Vashem, and that was bipartisan. So, as I said, as someone that was in the Labor government, what would you say to the Prime Minister now of his changes that really needs to come, and also for Penny Wong, who's a poster girl of extremists, and I think.
Okay, so to sort of answer that question, for the record, yes, I was in the Australian Labor Party as the first Aboriginal woman in Australian Parliament. Since then, when I've left Parliament to be more, because I had young children at the time, it was very difficult. I sit in an apolitical world, because irrespective of who's in government, as an Aboriginal person, you need to be able to cut through both Labor and Liberal and however you have to work, because you know, our life expectancy and the ill health of Aboriginal people is shocking in such a, you know, incredible land of Australia with so much resources, etc., etc. The disappointing thing for me is, you know, like I said, I've watched that raw footage of the atrocities of Hamas, and every single politician should watch it, because you need to understand the enemies of the Jewish people. And it wasn't just Jewish people that were murdered that day and taken hostage, we know that. So there was the evilness, the attacks of that day. You need to see that. And it was as hard as it was to do. I can't unsee the things that I've done, but it's given me more strength to be able to stand in solidarity with the Jewish people. So to answer your question, you know, we saw the last month, a number of countries said, oh, we want to recognise the state of Palestine. And a lot of Aboriginal people said, well, how do you do that? When the war hadn't even ended, the hostages hadn't even been returned, and terrorism hadn't even been eradicated. Who do you sit down and negotiate with? How do you do that? And I said, you know, we as Aboriginal people, we're not even recognised in our own country. And yet, at a strike of a pen, our current constitution allows for more states to be created in Australia. Give us a state first, let alone wanting to do something thousands of miles away. So to answer your question, it is disappointing. That wasn't a mandate of the current federal election. Vote for us, because when you get us, we're going to recognise a state of Palestine. Where? How does that happen? Who do you sit down and negotiate with? How does that work? So yes, I'm disappointed. And I'm disappointed that very few have seen that 45-minute. And what sickened me the most, and I said in my speech, was the glee, the happiness. It was sickening, it's unhinged, it's not human, and it makes me sick. And I still, every day, me and my husband, we wake up and think, the world's gone nuts. So I just use my profile just to keep speaking truth and calling things out where I see it. But I share a huge disappointment in a government doing something that and you know, for them to say we're doing it on behalf of Australia. Did you ask Australia that? Was that a mandate of a federal election? It wasn't. You can't go and say this is what we want to do if it's not what the people want.
Thank you, Nova. That was excellent. So we're going into lunch. We're a little bit late now, but we'll take an hour for lunch. And so over the lunch, we have the bagels from Holy Bagels. They're kosher. We have some gluten-free boxes there. They're 50 shekels, and if you didn't bring your cash, you can pay online. There's no problem. And also we have our artist Avi Bofsi, who's brought his wonderful art of the Australian Indigenous people. He's going to give us a talk over the lunch hour, the second part of the lunch hour. So I would encourage you to go and have your lunch and then gravitate over towards Avi in the second part, and he's going to talk about his art, which is wonderful. Wayne, are we having a tour?
Absolutely. I look forward to it. I guess
First
I'm doing
half.
it.
First half tour, so that we don't clash, or at the end?
Well, I don't want to have both at the same time, so why don't we just call the tour at a half hour from now?
That will be a clash with Avi, so probably.
Okay.
Maybe in 10 minutes a tour?
10 minutes.
In 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes, if you want to have a tour of this wonderful Barberlands Museum, in 10 minutes, Professor Wayne, Emeritus Professor Wayne, will show you around. So.
Okay. That's okay.
Thank you.
I'll just study for now.
Right.
You know, who's done next?
It's just over there. And it's right. I'm just on my stuff. Oh, wait, no, black. Just to be actual.
Me and my nose could live with that. I'm just going to, I'm just going to start talking. I'm not really starting, I'm just going to get people going. Okay, we're a minute or two away from beginning our afternoon session. I'm actually just talking because I hope by talking will sort of trigger the entrance of all the people who are lingering out.
Singing is even stronger gathering. Volunteer.
Maybe I'm not aggressive enough to do it. All of you out there, get in here. How's that? Is that okay? No, just to sum up, I think we've had a really very interesting, emotionally packed morning, and I hope that we'll have just as an exciting afternoon ahead of us. One of the things we're going to do in the next few minutes is try and figure out a way to make sure that everyone has access to the information about the program in Bar Ilan University tomorrow and Thursday. Tomorrow, the program begins at 2 o'clock, I think it is, in the afternoon at Bar Ilan University in Ramat Gan, and you'll get more information. On Thursday, we have a full day of activities, and the theme of the Bar Ilan meeting is it's closely related to what we've been doing here today, which is looking at issues of Jewish history, biblical history, the Jews among the nations, the interrelationship of ancient Israel and its friends and enemies, with a definite, I wouldn't say perspective of the issue of indigenuity, or indigenousness, but certainly with an eye in that direction. So you're all most welcome to join us on Tuesday, Wednesday, and we will figure out how to make sure you all have the information about where exactly this is happening in the next few minutes. Okay.
I think it's wonderful that we have a strong contingent of Australians this year, and our next speaker is Professor Gillian Gould. She's a public health researcher, a tobacco treatment specialist, a GP dedicated to improving the health of First Nations communities in Australia. She is Professor of Health Equity at Southern Cross University, where she leads transformative projects, including the NHMRC Global Alliance for Chronic Diseases funded ISTA-QUIT scale-up to support smoking cessation among pregnant First Nations Women and Sister Birth, a Birthing on Country initiative. So it's my pleasure to introduce Gillian to you today.
Thank you, Cherie, for the introduction. Oops. Now, how do I find my presentation? Folks. Okay, here we go. So I'm very happy to be here today.
You can use this if you want.
Thank you. And so what I'm going to talk about today is a book actually I'm writing, in progress of writing, which I'm calling Stronger Together. And it's going to be stories of Indigenous and Jewish collaborations and exploring shared histories, identities, and spiritual connections. So I just want to pay respect to some of my ancestors that came from Russia and Poland. These are some of my great-grandparents, and you know, who really, I suppose, sought a safety in those countries and escaped when there was rising anti-Semitism and pogroms at the end of the 19th and early 20th century. And in my exploration of my family history, I found that the family members that did stay behind mostly perished in the Holocaust. I am an Indigenous person from this country here, and that's how I commonly introduce myself when I'm talking to other Indigenous people, if I think it's safe enough to do so. But like just being here is really testimony, as with many of you also in the room, to our resilience and survival. So the genesis of this programme, and I apologise for some of the small font. I was trying to correct that, but anyway, I hope you can read it. So I have a 20-year history of collaborating with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to have better strategies to improve their health in Australia. And after October 7th, I was really saddened to see some of those Aboriginal people marching against Israel, for Palestine, maybe even for Hamas. And I guess it was a bit of a heart sink for me. And I decided I needed something to help me focus on the positive. So the idea for this book was stimulated by hearing other stories, like similar to mine, where there had been cross-cultural collaborations between an allyship between Indigenous peoples and Jewish people, some of which are known and some of which are just really the quieter achievements. First of all, I'd just like to quickly mention our projects of pregnant women, just to show you what I've been doing to give context. And as Cherie mentioned, our main programme is called I Sister Quit. It stands for Implementing Supporting Indigenous Smokers to Assist Quitting, where we try and help pregnant mums who still have a prevalence of 43% smoking to quit smoking for their own health and the health of their baby and the community. And now we have a Birthing on Country programme, which is called Sister Birth, to bring back some of those cultural practices around birth. And Sister Screen is a new programme to do cervical screening in pregnancy. And the initiation of my first project, ISIS to Quit, the main one, was really developed with me as a Jewish person, Israelis as well, with Dr. Professor Yoel Bar-Ziv, who's here at the Hebrew University, who was my first PhD student. And so there's been that collaboration. So that's really why I'm kind of looking at other people who are collaborating. So this wasn't a research project. I was taking more of a journalistic kind of approach to talking to people, and they all knew they were going to be named and their stories were going to appear in my book. I've so far spoken to 23 people, 9 of whom are Indigenous and from different nations. So Aboriginal people from Australia, we have, I've spoken to Maori people from New Zealand, Canadian First Nation and Native Americans. 14 Jewish people, and two of the people of those Jewish people are also Indigenous to other nations. And mostly that was by video conference, recorded and had AI transcribe them, and then pulled together some themes for this presentation today. So some of the themes that have come out. So interwoven histories of survival and resistance. People have talked to me about, there's been similarities, as we heard from Nova Perez before, about, you know, the shared history of trauma and colonization, and genocide that have happened, you know, that's in common between different Indigenous nations and the Jewish people. And that has formed a basis for mutual understanding. And for example, I talked to Harry Laforme, who's an Anishinaabe First Nations Canadian. He was the first Indigenous Court of Appeals judge in Canada, who told me of how the British took control of everything, in the lives of First Nation people to their detriment, and created a legal fiction which was similar to terra nullius that the Australians had imposed, Aboriginal people had imposed on them. I also talked to Barbara Pickett, who's an Aboriginal educator in Australia, and she belongs to a long-running women's talking circle called Kubadis. She described a very frightening experience she had when she was younger, of being forcibly doused with pesticides because there was some outbreak in the community, and that brought her to mind for her the awful things that she'd heard about concentration camps and the Holocaust. I talked to Adam Louis Klein, who had research with the Dazana people. You'll probably hear from him later, and in the Amazon, and how they have parallel connections to the Jewish people in relation to their sense of being chosen, and despite their cultural differences. So all of these type of stories come under that theme. Another theme of allyship and justice and mutual empowerment. So just hearing, for example, from different advocacy that Jewish people have done historically, and how Jewish people have supported each other. So I mentioned the Kubadis yarning circle, which was founded really for women to actually support Aboriginal people in the community, but post October 7, it was almost like, you know, the support needed to turn around the other way. And Jewish women who at the beginning were actually reluctant to even declare their, you know, religion or cultural affiliation, you know, were somehow encouraged to do so. I mean, I think one person mentioned they were Jewish, and then there was a few Jewish people popped up as members of the group, and really received wonderful support from those Aboriginal people in the group. I can't even read this myself, oh my goodness. And And then there's been, for example, a Jewish man called Ben Levi from New Zealand who has done some wonderful work advocating for Latin American Indigenous people. There's a group called Stand Up in Australia, where a group of Jewish people formed an association just to stand up for Aboriginal people. And I talked to one of their philanthropic supporters, Renee Pinshaw and Courtney Winter-Peters, and they talked about some marvellous programs they have where they have exchanges between remote Indigenous communities and Jewish communities where people go and visit each other, break bread together, share each other's culture. So those are very heartening. Cultural expression and storytelling. So there've been lots of incidences where music has formed a connection. And for example, hearing from Norman and Barbara Miller from Australia, who have had events where, they have had on one hand the didgeridoo playing, being played by Aboriginal people and the shofar being played by Jewish people. We've had choirs of Jewish people going out to the outback, singing songs, having some of those songs translated into Aboriginal languages, having some of the and vice versa. So just getting together, singing, beautiful artwork that for example, you saw Avraham Vovsi's beautiful artwork in the foyer and the wonderful work he's done with capturing portraits of Aboriginal activists. And another man in Darwin, a Jewish man who is in the business of creating animation films that have been used by, he's worked closely with Aboriginal organisations to get health messages across easily. And then, there have been the sort of complex identities that have come up where people have had a background, either from a Jewish ancestor or they're Jewish themselves, or they've had some sort of influence from Judaism growing up, and then have really been exploring these sort of identities and felt very supported by the Indigenous Embassy of Jerusalem for undergoing that sort of exploration. For example, I spoke to a hereditary chief of a North American tribe who had Jewish ancestry that he's very proud of. I've spoken to Laura Medley, who was brought up with very much a Jewish influence in her life, and how she has made multiple trips to Israel and gone back and advocated for us as Jewish people. And then sometimes that can be challenging, obviously, especially in the recent climate. Now, there's been quite a lot of educational collaborations. So there's a Jewish school in Sydney, Australia, called the Emmanuel School, and they have wonderful programs where they have camps together with Aboriginal youth, and they take primary school children from the Emmanuel School and high school children all the way up to places up north in Australia, and have joint camps, joint events, cultural sharing, getting to know each other. And in turn, those Aboriginal students have come down and experienced a bit of city life. So building those bridges. We've had also postgraduate students who've done their PhD, like some non-Indigenous people have done their PhD. They're Jewish and they're doing a PhD on Indigenous topics. And we've also had Indigenous people who've studied, like, for example, Nina Gray, who came and studied with Wayne Horowitz and worked for him, looking deeply into the history of this country. Also have a colleague who's another GP who's Aboriginal, and she went on a program at the Hebrew University here to do her Masters in Public Health. And she was the third Indigenous student from Australia to actually undertake that program. And that program is supported by Jewish philanthropists who want to make sure that Aboriginal students in Australia have these opportunities. So there's this wonderful sort of, projects where people are connecting through education. And then there's also, more recently, collaborations to challenge, some of the recent awful things that are happening. And Norman Miller told me about a program he's developed about anti-Semitism, to promote, to counteract anti-Semitism. They're taking into schools up in their area and hope that more schools will take it up. So there's some wonderful, wonderful things that are happening there. And then, of course, language revival, which brings its own cultural healing. This is a map of Australia and all the different language groups in Australia. There used to be a lot more, but there's 250 language groups in Australia. So you can see that Australia is very diverse in itself. Like, there's no homogeneity between all Aboriginal people. But I spoke to Gilad Zuckerman, who is a linguist who developed the concept of revivalistics, and he has been instrumental in bringing back lot of Aboriginal languages that were either dead or near dead through taking principles of how Hebrew was revived and applying those to Aboriginal languages. And he advocates that, Aboriginal communities should be compensated for the loss of their language, similar to really what they should be compensated for loss of their land. Not that that's really happening as such. And then, I heard stories about, Bible translations into native languages. And all these language connections do filter back to empower people and improve their health. And then the spiritual and philosophical connections. So there are alliances around faith-based endeavors. Like, I spoke to a Rabbi Amishay et Salon from America, and he's bringing back some more like earth-based Jewish indigenous religions. Well, it's like the same religion, but it's like concentrating more on the earth-based elements of that. He's talked to me about treaties that he's been able to brokerage between indigenous tribes in America and the Jewish people that are formally assigned to actually say, we'll work together. Wayne talks about, you're going to hear more from Wayne later, about the Gwich'in people and up on the Arctic Circle, and getting a better understanding of their spiritual astronomy. So there's lots on that category. And then we have some formal networks and leadership endeavours, which of course we're here today because of the Indigenous Embassy Jerusalem, but we also have representatives from the Indigenous Friends of Israel, Norman and Barbara Miller. Ben Levy has developed a global Indigenous network, and all these are important for strengthening leadership amongst Jewish people and also Indigenous people. So, in conclusion, the Indigenous people I spoke to talk passionately about their love for Jewish people and Israel. So, you know, we don't hear enough of this, do we? But, you know, it was very heartening. And the acceptance of Jewish people as the Indigenous people of this country. And we do need to pull together to all, you know, strengthen each other. But, you know, sadly, you know, some of the Jewish people I talk to, they're working together for the good of other Indigenous peoples, but they're kind of going under the radar a bit because they don't necessarily feel safe to come out and say, hey, you know, I'm Jewish. However, Indigenous people have have appreciated the support of Jewish people, and often before formal programs in these countries like Australia, we have formal programs to help close the gap on health for Indigenous people, or, you know, to help counteract some of the damage that's been done. But before any of those programs were around, it was the Jewish people that were there for Aboriginal people, helping them, you know, whether it's on the Freedom Ride, which, you know, they're trying to recreate at the moment, Stand Up are trying to recreate that Freedom Ride at the moment, or other endeavours. And there is that inherent mutual allyship, because sometimes when you talk to people about allyship, there's an expectation that white folk, you know, are allies to Indigenous people, we're trying to help them. But what I heard stories of here was true mutual allyship between Indigenous people and Jewish people, recognising, you know, the mutual needs are there both ways. But stories hold power, and I'm hoping these stories will hearten you and enlighten you, and that when I finish the book, you're going to buy it and read a bit more about these stories. And just you know, it's been said before, Chazak, Chazak, Benit Chazak, you know, be strong, and we will strengthen each other. And I think this is what my project's about. So thank you.
Oh,
I hope I wasn't too long.
well, that's a great way to start our afternoon, and I think it really brings out another element of what we're doing here is, you know, telling the positive stories and building our community, and these collaborations are so important. And we're continuing with this collaboration theme with our next speaker, who's here somewhere, Shelley. Oh, there she is, sorry. So Shelley Benguet, sorry, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it properly, yeah?
Yes.
Benguet, represents Australia's Indigenous and Pacific alliances. She will share insights on coastal restoration, regenerative education, and the power of blending ancestral wisdom with cutting-edge technologies. Shelley's mission from the first sea to the last sea is to co-create a future where Indigenous voices shape the blue economy and inspire global stewardship for generations to come. So Shelley is the founder and chairwoman of Coral's Envirotech Education Group, and thank you. I'll let you introduce that. So we're continuing with our Australian theme and our collaboration theme.
Thank you so much, everyone. I really want to start with a deep appreciation, first of all, for Cherie and your amazing team and husband who has worked so hard to put this conference together, for Wayne that chose exceptional places for us to meet, and for all of you coming here. It has been a real blessing, and I am a little bit excited because I've been speaking all around the world about what we do, but actually I just came to realize that I haven't done so in Israel, which is my Indigenous home place. And so, yes, the topic, whilst it is very technical and ecological, is called From the First Sea to the Last Sea. However, within it, there is a secret of spirituality that I felt has an immense space that I would like to share. I will also leave here at the institution a book called Eco Bible, and I will share a little bit more about the Eco Bible through my presentation and my work in Israel, which is connecting matter and spirit, matter, ecological matter, and spirituality, which is what we came here to join together. And I will also, in a moment, let my, hopefully if the sound will work, I will share with you a declaration called Holy Land Declaration, which is, I find in many ways, the most productive way that I could connect being Jewish, you know, especially in the last 2 years, and really connect how do we come together? How do we really bring that action to the ground, you know, from the philosophical level, from the spiritual, how do we make it actually work on the ground? What do we do next? So that's the Holy Land Declaration, which I will share with you. So my husband always told me to start from the end because I like to make long explanations. So I will start from the end, which is what we are doing here in Israel after this event. So as working in Australia, we, as heard, we are really proud. We are looking after network, a group of institutions which together are looking at the natural environment and global challenges like rising sea levels, coastal erosion, the wildlife, the natural environment diminishing, and with that our food security and health, extreme weather events from drought to floods, and then educational gap where mostly around the world the science of marine biology and even sustainability is held at university degrees, which are important. However, it is a barrier from grassroots people to access this knowledge, especially where I work. I love to work in indigenous communities, remote ones, and especially island communities. So how do we bring all these challenges together for solutions for education, which is accessible to all? How do we bring value and strategic, easy to immobilize action to bring back mangroves and coastal vegetation, corals, and really bring education that is collective, that can mobilize entire community from the elders to the youth to really understand what is making us oneness, that air, food. And so from the first C to the last C starts with actually a translation of the Red Sea, which in Hebrew is not called Red Sea, even though there is a scientific reason why to call it Red Sea. In Hebrew, we call it Yam Suf, the last sea. And so as we can see, it's a blue planet. And in Australia, my work has been mainly connected to the Great Barrier Reef and to the island nations that is called the Torres Strait. And interesting enough, in the Torres Strait Islands, a project we currently have is in a group of islands called the Miriam Nation. And they have a language called the Miriam. And not only that this is the most remote island of Australia, also connecting to Nova's story before about the Mabu case. Remember, Mabu was the first indigenous person who realized that actually Terra Nullius, the vacant land, was not really correct. He was from the Miriam Nation, from Mare Island. And his language, the Miriam, is now only spoken by 8 elders. That's it. So entire cultural identity connected to entire environmental systems are collapsing. Well, I come from education, so I think that education is what we really want to connect to from the grassroots level. And I heard somebody speak of Gilad. Yes, Gilad is an amazing Israeli who is applying the methodologies that enabled us, the Jewish people, to restore the Hebrew language. So he is also a volunteer on this project, working with El Sadeh. And one of the projects that I will show you if I have enough time is Mesu Miriam. Mesu, in the Miriam language, is the sound of the reef. When it's alive, it has a sound. And Miriam is the sound of a language, which just like Mesu, is basically at a risk of non-existence. So the Torres Strait Islands is between Papua New Guinea and North Australia. It's the biggest channel of water that is connecting Australia, which is an island. And we have these organizations at the bottom part of the presentation, which are organizations that we work as incubators, accelerators, innovators to help Indigenous aspiration convert from a dream to a business, to website, to how do we bring funds to the community, how do we bring education to support it. In Israel, I live in a beautiful kibbutz called Nachsholim. We do aquaculture, so you can see some aquaculture area both on land, and we used to be a fisherman community. Yet many decades ago, we understood that fishery is not going to be very stable, so we converted to aquaculture, and we produce a lot of fish on land, which means we can give a break to ocean. So before I'm going to the spiritual part, which I promise and I will deliver right now, I want to share with you that we are also connecting in this trip a course with the Ben-Gurion University in Eilat about coral reef propagation, restoration, gardening. And I want to share another beautiful word in Hebrew, corals. So the word coral, al, mog. Al is not. When I would tell my kids not to do something, I would say, al taseh et ze. Mog is disappear. So the only living creature on the planet, which is called don't disappear, and also al is the name of God, so I like to say by the word of God must not disappear, are corals, yet they are disappearing in a rate which is so severe that it is quite scary. This is what got me to travel to the Torres Strait Island in 2016-17. We experienced the massive coral bleaching event. In a couple of weeks, entire ecosystems, third of the Great Barrier Reef, actually were affected. So this is as fast as we can see impact addressing our natural environment. And it's not just the corals are beautiful and supporting life. Ocean is our oxygen producer, more than what we produce on land. So if we actually want to understand what unites us together, is that we really need to, connect to creation with oxygen, air, food, and really connect to every living thing. So we will share with anyone that wants to connect to this course what we're going to do in this accreditation. It will be accreditation with the university credits from the Ben-Gurion University, the accreditation of our institution, as well as connecting with different aquaculturists and entrepreneurs in the area of Eilat to look about how can we develop food security whilst restoring land and sea. So as I promised, I do want to take 1 minute going like higher level and sharing with you my blessing that came from the Torres Strait in Israel. I never really connected to my spirituality. In fact, I was quite intimidated sharing my Israeli identity overseas. And as I came to the Torres Strait, I had an amazing experience, which I did not plan. I ended up going to the church. And as a Jewish girl that hardly went to synagogue, I experienced entire worlds that came to me and assisted me to connect the dots about these houses that gather the whole community together to speak about what is holy and how we can, without enrollment forms and without, the whole system of education, bring a topic straight to the heart of the community, as I truly believe that the Creator has created the main thing that we have to deal with is the Garden of Eden, the creation. And when we regard the Holy Land as what it is, then we have a theme that we can take to the next level. And when I discovered this spirituality, I came to Israel to study Judaism, to see how we unpack it. And my mentor has given me this prophecy, which is from Isaiah 41, which is very different in Hebrew and English. In English, it reads, "Keep silence before me, O islands, and let the people gather. Renew their strength, let them draw near, let them speak, and let us come together to judgment." In Hebrew, much shorter, "Achrishu elai iyim veleumim." Leumim is not people, it's nations, like you, international people coming together. And it is about exchange. We will exchange. Each one of our spirituality, our indigenous, it brings us tools. Many times I learn that are overcoming science in so many ways. So if we put all our tools in one basket and share them in exchange, then that judgment, which is for sure environmental, will be something we can hold each other hands. And if it's not in the islands, then there is nowhere else on land that we can address what is the challenge. So I want to let my beautiful girl, her name is Kesem, to read the Holy Land Declaration. She just does it so beautifully. And I will put the microphone so we can.
In Holy Land, so many things had to happen to support life in this land. Precise distance from the sun, trees and corals to provide us with fresh, breathable air, an atmosphere to shield us, fertile land that provides us with food, water cycles in nature that provide us with fresh drinking water. An amazing and holy land. We were chosen to take care of this holy land, to protect all that is in it, or at least not to destroy it.
This part is just a promo, so we understand the Holy Land movie is not just about Israel, it's the entire world.
This is the Holy Land Declaration. We are Jewish, Christian, Muslim, and Druze religious leaders and people who have come together in the name of our faiths in the Holy Land. We recognize that we stand today at the fateful juncture in human history. The world's scientists have presented overwhelming evidence for the reality of man-made climate change. That will, if unchecked, kill tens of millions of people, eradicate thousands of species, and endanger the lives of all our children and grandchildren. With faith in God's mercy and in our divinely mandated ability to make a difference, we declare that global climate change is an emergency which demands a massive and immediate response from each of us. Now is the time to make our voices heard, so that our leaders will have the wisdom and the political will to ensure a common future. We note that the likely consequences of unmitigated climate change include global injustice that is an outrage against our common teachings, to pursue justice and to protect the weakest and most vulnerable.
Justice.
We have not pursued justice, and millions of the world's poorest people are likely to suffer and even die as a result. Intergenerational justice, that is an offense against our common teachings, to nurture the well-being of our descendants. For the sake of our wasteful and extravagant consumption today, we are creating a world ravaged by floods, famines, and shortages in food and drinking water, awaiting our children tomorrow.
So this call brings together the Quran, the Islam, Christianity, and the Hebrew faith as a platform to overcome our differences.
Mass displacement of populations, suffering and death caused by hunger, thirst, hurricanes, storms, and floods, in gross violation of our common teachings on the sanctity and infinite value of every human life. Mass extinction of plant and animal species, in contradiction to our commonly held duty of protection and stewardship towards the earth and its non-human inhabitants. The possible destruction of the biological conditions necessary for the existence of most life on earth, including human life, returning the world to formlessness and void, and thereby erasing the name of God from under the heavens. We call on each and every adherent of our faith to reduce his or her carbon footprint. Our common teachings insist on individual responsibility and do not allow us to delegate doing that which is right and good for governments. We call on the global leaders of our faith to guide us by implementing wise choices through binding doctrine, fatwa and halakha to avert climate change catastrophe. We call on the believers of our faiths to urgently demand that their governments adopt policies that will avert and mitigate climate change. We invite the leaders of other world religions to set their hands and join their faiths to the principles of this declaration. From the Holy Land, we urge reawakening of the knowledge that all creation bears witness to the Creator of heaven and earth. Despite the seriousness of global climate change, we see hope that this spread in our common home, planet Earth, will cause us to overcome in our religious strife and work together for our children's common well-being. Above all, we find hope in our common teachings that human beings are entirely free to choose a path of goodness and of blessing. Climate change is both a global crisis and an immense opportunity. It challenges us all to live better and walk more wisely and responsibly on the earth. Our call is to mobilize the wisdom of our respective teachings and the collective passion and ingenuity of our prophets, saints, and sages to inspire a vision for the future that matches the magnitude of the challenge. We urge all men and women of faith to join together to pray that the one God will give us the wisdom and the courage to choose life for our children's sake.
So thank you so much for taking, such a change in the theme and really to see how we can find solutions to communicate about it. And what are we here from the Holy Land, which really was the topic when I sat at that church, and I actually realized I was nearly disconnected from my Jewish identity, and I started to think, so what are we, what does it mean to be Jewish? What are those what are those themes that we heard about for all our life? What does it mean? And how do we bring it into action? I used to be very intimidated by the reference to the term chosen people. It was really, it was a term I was very much intimidated by. And then I realized at that church that being chosen for something doesn't make us any better or any less. It just means we are chosen to do something. And in the scripture, it says that until we do it, it's actually going to be a bit of a turmoil. So I started to check what it is that we are chosen to do. And this is what made me bring together the Holy Land Declaration, as well as challenge what is on every Jewish door. Every Jewish door have a scroll. It's called mezuzah. In Jewish spirituality, if we just read that script, we are done our spiritual mandate. And on that scroll, which is interesting enough, set at the height of the family. So tall family will have a tall mezuzah and so on. And we see it on every door, including bedrooms. There is a blessing and a curse. We don't have enough time to read all of it, but it starts with, first of all, how important it is that it starts with love. It's listen Israel on every door. Listen Israel, God is one, and is blessed is the kingdom, and that it demands us every day to actually bring our love. And in green, you can see the blessing. If we will follow the Creator blessing and walk it, I will give you rain on time. Rain on time, it's very ecological. The early and the late, and you'll have your produce and your grain and your wine and your oil, and you'll be satisfied and content. And then starts actually the curse. Beware, should you turn your back to Creator, and the skies will be shut to you. So there will be, here's the promise what will happen if we turn again. So there will be no more rain, and the land will not yield its produce, and you will swiftly perish from the good land that the Creator has given you. And then repetition, how important it is for us, that we have to teach it to our children and speak about it when we walk in the street, when we are in the house, when we go to sleep and when we wake up, and write them on all our doors and have it as symbols between our eyes. And why do we have to do it? So that the days of us and our children will be prolonged on the land that was given to us. So when you take all of this, this divine blessing and a curse on every Jewish door, that's how you know a Jewish house. No matter where you go, in which country you see a Jewish house, you see that it's called the mezuzah, and now you know what is in it. So when I had to contemplate on the spiritual level what it is that we are actually meant to do it, what are we chosen to do, for me it was simply to dedicate that we are here to connect matter and spirit, and the creation and all of us here can find a theme where we can be very useful for each other. And that is what we do across in Australia with Indigenous communities, really connecting the dots on how to look after nature and the spirituality, and I learn a lot. I want to say a big thank you for Loretta Pele, who is honored me as well in coming here, and she has a lot more to say. And I've learned a lot from our collaboration. So basically what we want to do is to bring into the education, the technical education, the one that really connect about technical skills, coastal, land, sea, nature, the cultural, spiritual, social, professional skills and knowledge, culture, green and blue, as well as connect money. How do we make actually biodiversity and healing our lands an economic benefit? And how do we measure life, holy land, holy water, holy spirit of life, as our environmental challenge in everything that we do, and working for the poorest community, fishermen community, and really making education available for everyone, and connecting it as well with our spiritual hubs within the community. So that's a bit of a brief about Piupikak Malu and what we do. I will really want to shorten this presentation. It will be available for you if you wanted to learn more about our board, Indigenous and Israeli mostly. We even have one of our committee members here, Noam, thank you for coming. And so we are blessed with the amount of wisdom and with goals and objectives that are very clear. And it is about connecting education with environmental, economic, and cultural development, bringing as well faith base into our training, and then nurture local initiatives like Meisu Miriamer and all of the other organizations that we have together incubated. Pele will speak about Totalai. And that's it, just making the natural environment much easier topic to learn, and a spiritual one. Thank you.
Feels a little bit like we're rushing through, but we were way late after our lunch today, so we are trying to get through all of our content this afternoon. We have Adam Louis Klein coming online at about 4, I think, or 4:05, so we're hoping to keep to our schedule. We're going to be doing all the questions at the end, and hopefully there'll be time for it, so hold on to your questions and we'll come back to it. And it's my pleasure to introduce Loretta. Shelley's colleague Loretta has come and joined her. She's a Torres Strait Islander. She's involved in youth education, women's mental health, land and sea conservation, and has made significant contributions to her community. So Loretta, would you like to come up and share your thoughts with us? Thank you.
Kapugiga, Murubuai. That is, in my language, I'm saying, good day, everyone. But in our language, Buai is mean family. Ngailak mina pasin yayo bakayao gatpa. Ina brother cabinet mabaigal, kuiko mabaigal. Jokobab, Sipil, covenant people of Israel. Ngai mina la kapasin apa pudi kuiko mabaigal pa. Kulai kai matakeda gaigaya ina wagel. I acknowledge Hashem, our great and sovereign God. I honor the covenant people of the land, the Israelites, and I pay my deepest respect to the leaders who have come before us, those who walk with us and those emerging and who are carrying the mantle forward. I want to give glory and honor to Hashem today for this opportunity to represent my people, the Zenith-Kes people of Australia. We are the Ocean Nation Aboriginal people of Australia. Sometimes little is known by us, and we believe that we are a covenant people of our seas. We are people of the ocean. And I just want to, my presentation is Malu na Wakai. It means the songs of the sea. We believe that as individual, as a person, we have an ocean within us. And each ocean, as individual, we carry a song that has been given to us by God, embedded in us before creation. Therefore, we are carrying these songs within us. And sometime in life, we lose those songs because of our history and our pain, our trauma. But only we have the power and our authority to reinstate ourselves back to these songs. Huzunel, Loretta Pele. My name is Loretta. And as I said before, I'm the First Nation woman of the ocean continents we call Australia, and more specifically, Zenith-Kes. This is my island. I'm from here. I grew up in Moa. I'm a Meriam woman of Murray Island from my mother's side. And I'm also a Kaureg woman, an Aboriginal from the southern side of Torres Strait. And I'm a Mualite. The highest point of the Torres Strait is my island Moa. And it is the only mountain. In our island, we call that place Baudar in our language, but some spiritual leaders always refer to it as Mount Zion of our island, of our nation. So I believe that I am here today. I am connecting Mua as Mount Zion of Torres Strait to the Mount Zion of Israel.
Amen.
Thank you, brother. Why our region is called Zenith-Kes? Zenith-Kes, it means a channel between the south and the northern landmass. Zenith, it means Zay, Daudai. Ned, it means Naigai Daudai. Daudai, it means the two landmass. We are the channel. The Kes, it means a channel in between these two landmass. So we are the birth canal of the Australian waters, because we have two seas that come in between us. We have the Arafura Sea and we have the Coral Sea. We are part of Aboriginal people, and we are also Melanesian, a mixture of it as well. That's what makes us really unique. We are the crown jewel of Australia that is hidden in between these waters, that only a special merchant man can only find us. Amen? Zenith-Kes is more than a place. It is more than a place. It is a living, breathing constellation of stories, of songs, and sacred sites. Our archipelago of nearly 300 islands with 16 inhabited hosts the spiritual DNA of our people. Each island has its own songs, its own rhythm, its own voice, and its own covenant with the sea country. From Mud Flats Island on the top there with purple to the top western to the mountain hills, the Maluligal, and the Coral Cate Islands in the central of the island, in the central islands, the Kulkalgal nations, and the Meriam is the volcanic regions, islands of the Torres Strait. Our islands, it divides by Malu. Malu, it means the seas. We are divided into 5 dialects, but our dialect is also divided by sea boundaries from murky waters to turquoise to aqua blue to royal blue and to blue black. That is our boundary line. So we are not only divided by our dialect, language dialect, we are also divided by our ocean, our seas. And we can only tell that by the color as you go from the east to west. We always say from the western gate to the eastern gate. We are people of strength and resilience, and our history shows it. We were taught by our history, and this gives us strength to keep moving forward, taking our land and our sea back, island by island, reef by reef. Even though our history speaks of darkness, it also teaches us of compassion, hope, strength, and power in togetherness, a song of people who are survivors. And I believe that I speak directly to my brothers, my big brothers here, the children of Israel here. Our history tells us about our history foundation. In 1800, it teaches us, the Torres Strait Islanders, we used to be a complex society, trade, and spiritual connection to our land and sea. In 1871, the coming of the light, Christianity arrived. When Christianity came to our land, we were headhunters. We were hunters, we were warriors, we were gatherers. We had a complex government system that even James Cook, that even Lieutenant Cook, when he looked through his binoculars, he was looking for a white building, but he couldn't find a white building. All he saw was smokes and campfires. And he thought, oh, these people were uncivilized. But yet, they had a governance system in place, and only they knew. So when Landed Missionary Society came to our waters in 1871, our warriors and our chief, they've acknowledged this God, and they call it God of the sky. They put down their weapons because years and years before that, they dreamed that there was this big God that was going to come and visit our country. So when this God came in the form of human in 1871, carrying this holy book, all our leaders and our Kuikuma Baigal, our warrior chief, they put their weapons down. And they acknowledged this God because he was greater than their culture and their tradition. Then in 1879, Queensland annexed our island without consent. So this actually simply has the movement of colonization came in now. And it came in a subtle way where it took our land without consenting with our people. And this is what our history speaks. This is the song that we had to learn from a very young age around a campfire. Before electricity was provided for our islands, was our story. We had to learn this history because it's part of our identity. And then pearling industry came, and in early 30s, our men left our home to work under the pearling industry in the Torres Strait through harsh, unfair treatment and overworked for less money, for less pay, even though life was lost in many cases of islanders and Japanese divers. Over 400 Torres Strait Islanders went on strike for 9 months in 1936. This was the new song that was emerging, the songs of our seas. They protest against poor working conditions, government controls over their lives and their wages. This was one of the first major Indigenous strikes in Australia. The only way that our divers and our forefathers could, our grandfathers could hide their plan, they didn't write notes. They didn't write notes to each other. They didn't have text messages and stuff like that. They wrote the message under the diving reefs, in bonos under the deepest ocean. And each time the divers would go to these, the lugger boats would go to these spots, they would find that message, meet in York Island, certain date and certain year. And that's how the plane came. And not even the bosses and owners at the time knew that, why were all these boats going over to the Central Islands? You know, God gave Moses a message written on a stone. This was our way of communicating. Message was written on a stone. And that was the move of the song that had to change from colonialism control. World War II. Our men again left our island under government orders, 800 men enlisted in the Torres Strait Island Infantry Battalion. Torres Strait was a key strategic area, with Horn Island being the second most bomb location in Australia after Darwin. So you heard here from Sister Nova, Horn Island was the northern part, so we were also getting bombed there. This led to the formation of the Torres Strait Light Infantry Battalion, Australia only Indigenous battalion, which defended the region and supported military operation because we were closest to Kokoda and to PNG. Despite facing significant discrimination and regarding pays and condition, Indigenous men from our region served in various capacities, but yet they were overworked for less pay. The effort ended in a mutiny that resulted in a partial pay increase. This was a new song as well that continued from the previous year before, when all our councillors came together. Our leaders of the Torres Strait Council in 1888 Ministers' Dialogue. These are the two leaders with the other leaders in the Torres Strait. They asked the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs to come and visit them in Thursday Island. The need for greater autonomy began in Torres Strait, shifting the focus away from government now to Indigenous people governing their own affairs. Our cultural recognition and local control over land and sea. This was a pivot moment, laid the groundwork for the Torres Strait. Today, TSR is the only Commonwealth representative organised in the Torres Strait and operates the largest Indigenous Australian public servant sector in the Torres Strait. So out from there, these are our representatives from the Torres Strait. Our own people are leading the way and being our own voice. Then the Marble case came along and he won against Terran Alias. Today we have 29 We have 29 native title determination and 50 inhabited island that has been recognized and given back to us. This was the beginning of a change, our narrative and the beats of the songs of the sea. Ngulmun malu, ngulmun nau, ngulmun wakai. This is our song, this is our ocean. Today, our biggest fight now is against fisheries. That is making it hard because fishing in the Torres Strait is our only economy. Because this is where elders, fathers are passing down this knowledge of survival to the young men so that they one day can be the providers for their family. Our ocean is our spiritual mother. She is our life. She provides for us food, and therefore we have a responsibility to look after her. And our men and our leaders in the Torres Strait are keeping pushing forward for our waters. So we do share struggle with our Jewish brothers and sisters. We know about sovereignty, decolonization, truth-telling. Torres Strait has a history of that, and we are able to relate that and be part of what God has for us to support our big brother here in this beautiful land that we're standing on. So this is our song, and I hope that it will give you hope from a little brother Benjamin in the Torres Strait to be a big brother here in Israel. That yeah, we are listening, and we know this struggle, we share it, but only we have the power through Hashem to change that song. Awesoa Kimesa.
Wow, that was beautiful and so wonderful to just hear the Indigenous perspective of the Torres Strait Islanders. How enriching for us as we develop our collaboration amongst our Indigenous peoples and hear of each other's struggles and challenges. So we're going into our afternoon tea where Professor Wayne is going to give a 10-minute tour for those who are keen, but you have to be onto it, no mucking around, because you've got to be back here at 3:35 to listen to yours truly. And then we've got Adam Louis Klein coming via webinar, and I highly recommend Adam. He's just doing great work right at the forefront, right at the cutting edge of anti-Zionism and what's happening in that space. And another thing is information about the conference at Bar Ilan over the next 2 days. It's on the Indigenous Embassy website now. There's a little link at the top of the homepage. If you click on that, you'll see the whole program for Bar Ilan. So we'll see you back here in about 15 minutes, I think it is. 15 minutes. Good luck.